hello, 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 hello. Yes, hello, 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 hello. Yes, hello, 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 hello. Yes, hello, 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 hello. Yes, hello, 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 hello. Yes, hello, yes, hello, 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 hello. Yes, hello, 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 hello. Yes, hello, 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 magnifique 1, 2, hello, hey, 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 hello, 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 magnifique 1, 2, magnifique 1, 2, magnifique 1, 2, magnifique 1, 2, hello, 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 hello. Yes, hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 magnifique, hello, magnifique, hello, hello, magnifique, 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 hello, 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 yes, hello, magnifique, hello, 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 magnifique, hello, 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 hello. C'est délicieux. Yes, hello, my children. Hello, my children. Hello, 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 my children too. Hello, hello, my children too. My children.
falling star. You're the getaway car. You're the line in the sand when I go too far. You're the swinging pool on an August day, and you're the perfect thing to say. And you play it cold, but it's kinda cute. Oh, when you smile at me, you know exactly what you do. Baby, don't pretend that you don't know it's true, 'cause you can see it when I look at you. And in this crazy life, and through these crazy times, it's you. You make me sing your every line, your every word, your everything. You're a kerosene, you're always well, and you light me up when you ring my bell. You're a mystery. Walking down 29th Park, I saw you in another's arms. Only an earth we've been apart. You look happier. I saw you walk inside.
Lying still in this bed, my heart is restless.
Summer, hello, salela uzasambe ntwana yami sibuza utshwala badela mina athi hayi yawo hayi yawo ayipiki mhabelane sala salela uzasambe ntwana yami sibuza utshwala badela mina athi hayi yawo hayi Maskene kwarini Egedem tuta beko abeko ready Lalila litini maskene kwarini Egedem tuta beko abeko ready Lalila litini maskene kwarini Egedem tuta beko abeko ready Lalila litini maskene kwarini Egedem tuta beko abeko ready 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 abeko ready
asiwekini salemini asiwekini ayifike mhabelane sala salo salela uzasambe ntwana yami sibuza utshwala badedame mhabelane sala salo salela uzasambe ntwana yami sibuza utshwala badedame Kwarini, I them to the abeko ready. La tin masken and quarini. I get them to the abeko ready. Abeko ready. Abeko ready. Umnandi sitalemini asiwekini sitalemini asiwekini sitalemini asiwekini sitalemini asiwekini umnandi sitalemini asiwekini sitalemini asiwekini sitalemini asiwekini Alemini, asiwekini ayifike mhabelane sala salo salela uzasambe ntwana yami sibuza utshwala badedame ayifike mhabelane sala salo salela uzasambe ntwana yami sibuza utshwala badedame
put it on. Good morning, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Spaceport. Okay. Attention please, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Spaceport. My name is Rachel, I'm your moderator tonight. We have quite interesting people in the room and we're just waiting to learn, connect and grow for this edition of Spaceport. We're going to start with let me do a game, 2 minutes only. Who has an interesting game for us? Anything that is going to work us and get us excited for the day? Anybody? Come on guys, we're with creatives. You guys always have something nice to do, right? Okay, okay. Well, can I have the speaker for you have a game? Yes, thank you. Come. Can be anything. We are in a creative space today and anything counts.
Someone asked you guys to stand up. When we talked about the Facebook, one of the things we felt high was networking and increasing the conversation around the work that we do. And I know it's coming up, my aim would be just make sure you say hi to someone who you don't know. And at the end of the day, I will be asking what I know, and then people are going to know. So we have 2 minutes to do. Each one goes.
In 1, 2, 3, done.
Okay, guys, Time up.
No, it's a game. Yeah.
So, who should I? I'm going to ask Judy. What is his name and what does he do?
His name is Brian. He does UI and development with Create.
Well done, Judith. Very attentive, right? Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to do anyone else?
No, someone else at the back
Yes.
to
at the
know
back.
whose name was he interacting with.
Okay, so I'm going to ask.
Random person.
Yes, Sam. Who's the person seated next to you and what does he do?
I'm standing next to Paul Zana. Zana is a designer at Airco.
Great. Thank you so much. That was just to start us off for the day and to get us involved. So
We can all sit.
thank you so much. I'll sit too, and I want to ask still a random question for anyone in the room. What's the first thing you did today morning when you woke up? Anybody? You.
Hello, good morning. The first thing I did when I woke up was open my Twitter. Yeah.
See, in the tradition of families, when you wake up, you say what? You say grace, right? But nowadays, everyone wakes up to their phone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a digital age, and welcome to Spaceport. Okay. So I'll start with a brief of what Spaceport is, and I will not do this justice if I don't let the team from Elevate talk about Spaceport, what it is, why we're here today, what are we trying to achieve. Offhand, I just have a few things that are interesting, especially for the creative person out there. I want to encourage you today that this community and what we're doing today is going to impact the future for the creative space. So, yes, a hand clap. Thank you so much. We're about to change the world in the digital space. And whoever is here tonight is going to be part of history that we're making. So can I please have Jason? Can I please have Nixon from Elevate? Great.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Good morning. You're all welcome. Just to be clear, my name is Tandika Mutebi Nsubuga David Michael. Around 6 names. I'm glad to be here. I am the digital team lead at Elevate. I work with Jason and Nick, and I'm representing them here. We're really happy to have all of you here. I'm really happy to see Judith here and to see Rachel here and Bidi Mumaso. It's exciting to see that all creatives have come from different disciplines, and that is what we are trying to achieve, to bring everyone in the creative industry together, to network, to share what works, what doesn't, so that we can learn and grow together. If you realize in every industry, people come together to learn, share what works and what doesn't. So we hoped that with Elevate, Create, Wapi, Mobicast, Loft, and with the support of AF Kampala, Alliance Française, and the Innovation Village, that we'll be able to do this. This is the first of many. We're not going to stop here, and we're just going to be growing from here on out. Thank you very much, and get ready for takeoff. Thank you.
Right. We're speaking space language today. Right? Thank you so much, Tandeka. I would like to invite someone from Create. So Spaceport would not have happened without partners. What we're trying to achieve is mainly collaboration, and we know that if you're building a community, you must collaborate. So can I have someone from Create to please come and give remarks on behalf of partners?
Right. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Wandera, and I'm a designer at Create Uganda. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm personally very excited about Spaceport. I think it's really crazy that we have some of the best, most brilliant minds in this room right now, some of the best in the industry. So it's really crazy that we all get to meet here and learn from each other. So I have high hopes and high expectations for that day, and you all should too. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Spaceport, and I'm happy to be here with all of you. Yes.
Maybe one question before you go.
Oh yes, sure.
Or what inspired this creative look today morning? And
Thank you very much. I don't think I had inspiration. It just hit me.
right?
Yeah.
Because you're creative. You know, when the creative juices are working, things just hit you, right? Well, you look very nice today.
Yeah, thank you very
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, thank you. Now, let's go into the first presentation of today. Are you all excited? Who is excited with me? Yay! Also, by the way, we asked people for their names, but we only asked 2 people for their names. So, because we are a small crowd, can we just have everyone's name? Quick, who you are, what you do. Welcome to Spaceport.
Hello everyone, my name is Jason Mukasa. I'm a UI UX designer with Create and Airco as well.
What's with the Jasons? Creative people call Jason, right? We have 3 Jasons in the room today.
Hello everyone, my name is Sean Chikule. I'm a data scientist and I'm at Makerere University.
Hi everyone, I'm Luima Hakim. I'm a designer at Airco and Create as well. Team leader as well.
Hello everyone, my name is Primas Rogers. I'm a software developer and I'm at Makerere University.
Again.
Hello everyone, I'm Brian Wandera. I'm a designer at Create Uganda.
Hello everyone, I'm Kasule Joseph. I'm a painter, fine artist, illustrator.
Hey guys, my name is Paul Zana and I'm a brand product designer. Self-taught, independent. I run as an independent designer. Also work with Airco, the Airco project.
And in the room, I want to recognize the presence of the Elevate team. Let's just have your names quick, and then we just go on to the next session.
Good morning, everyone. I am Quentin Wejuli, Business Development Team Lead at Elevate.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Maggie Nasiwa, Design Team Lead at Elevate.
Great. It's great to see women in the creative space.
Good morning everyone, my name is Tariq Mpachi. I'm a UI designer.
Thank you.
Again, hi everyone, my name is David Michael. I am the digital team lead at Elevate and I'm also a lawyer sometimes.
Morning everyone, my name is Jason Chukwuzi. I'm a designer at Elevate, but sometimes I double as the team lead.
Hello guys, my name is Mabonga Samuel. I used to be an agriculture engineer, but today I'm a UI designer and a front-end developer.
Wow, a hand clap for everybody. So I'm reading 2 things. Yeah. Please, sorry.
Hi everyone, my name is Judith Kagere. So everyone here has 2 jobs. I only have 1 job. I'm with Bowman's AF Bank Advocates.
A brilliant lady in the room we have tonight. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Like she has said, I've noticed either some someone has, I don't know how many titles, or they're doing 10,000 things, which makes us think about the future of you cannot hold one job in the creative space. So, starting from where we are now, I want to introduce, I want to bring to your attention that we have a very great lady in the room with us tonight, who knows anything about IP law and creatives and how they impact the creative space. That's why we need her today. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you Madame Judith Kagere. I want to get the titles and the profile right so that these guys know they're not speaking with a small person. So Judith Kagere is a legal associate at Bowman's, Uganda. From her profile, I just noticed 3 things, okay? Experience in IP and TMT. She's going to tell us more about what those are. I've also seen this lady that we have here is a professional lawyer who went to both Makerere and a famous university in the UK. So we have greatness in the room today. Please join us, Diana, to the front, and let's just hear from you. So she has a presentation for us today, but I would like her to talk about who she is, what she does, and what she's bringing to the creative space for us today. Thank you. Oh, and she looks very good tonight, doesn't she?
Hi, everyone. Morning. It's so nice to be here and to meet all of you and to get a feel of what you do. Can you hear me clearly? Okay. My name is Judith Kagere. You can just call me Judith. I'm a lawyer. I'm an advocate and an associate at Bowman's, Uganda. And my specialty is IP and tech. So what we really are going to do today is just talk about what you know about intellectual property and protecting your intellectual property rights and how you can make money from everything that you're creating in your creative spaces. So I'm here for any questions and can navigate them together, and also anything new that you see and that we can discuss. Yeah, that's why I'm here. So just feel free, any question that you have or anything that you feel like you're struggling with, yeah, we can discuss it and take it from there. How does that sound?
So maybe as we get the presentation ready, Judith, in this creative and digital age, we're so glad to have you today because many of the creatives that we know are creating, but they need help when it comes to understanding the law and how they can use it to impact them as entrepreneurs, as employees, as business people. So I'm just wondering, maybe in 1 or 2, what have you done as Judith when it comes to creating systems that are going to help in this creative space tonight?
Well, just to answer your question very simply, I'm a lawyer, so what we really do is try and advise you and just to understand and navigate the legal system around what you create and what you do, because in the creative space, it's difficult to understand that there may be laws that are protecting you or protecting others from the things that you're doing, compared to any other structure in our society, like in the real estate or in all these other conventional things that we think that we need, maybe in criminal laws or all other aspects of society that we feel we may need legal advice. You may not feel that in your business or in the work that you're doing now that there may be laws that are protecting you, and then it also constrains you from understanding exactly how you can make money from what you own, or do you even own anything, or what are you giving away, what can you keep, what can you get from other people. But if you're able to at least appreciate the laws around what you're creating, you'll at least begin to see what you own and what may belong to others, and how you can grow your businesses and grow grow your skill and your arts, because the law really is there to protect you and to allow you to make money and allow your businesses to grow, allow you to grow in your skill. So once you're able to understand and navigate all that, then I think you can be better equipped to path a way forward in your business.
Well, I guess by the time everyone else, these creative entrepreneurs that we have here, by the time we leave this place tonight, you would already have known how to register a business and a few other things in law, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, a hand clap for Judith as she presents to us. Thank you.
You can all see the slides? Okay. Or the next slide. Really, intellectual property is what you're creating. So an easy way of understanding what IP is just breaking down what it is, intellectual and property. So intellectual really means the creatives of the mind, the creations from your mind, what you create, you know, and then property is actually what you own from there. So what do you guys know about IP? What have you heard? What have you been told?
I just know the full form of it. I just don't know what happens, like what happens below the full form and what it means.
Okay.
But all I know is that it's intellectual property.
Okay. Someone else?
Well, he knows something, no?
Yeah.
I think intellectual property is property that's not physical, but that you create yourself.
Yes.
It's not tangible.
Okay, can you give us an example?
An example that could be I think a design that I've made. Let me say if I design a product, that's my intellectual property.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. So now when you're done designing, you have property. Now, what we're going to discuss today is exactly how you can legalize that and be able to make money from it, if you can be able to give it away, and also know when you've given it away, if it's you can no longer own it. So, yeah, those are some of the things we're going to discuss today. So, I want a very interactive session. I'm not a monologue person at all. I don't at all. I really, really like to pick at your mind and see what you're thinking. So, as creatives, can someone just give me just one thing they can create in a day or a day in their life? Just one product. Pass the mic. Can you pass the mic? Just let it stay in the audience.
I can create a landing page for like any website, like a landing page in one day or less.
Okay. Yeah. Now, what is on that landing page? There's code. Well, you've created it. And then there's probably a logo for the person, like if it's Judith's company. And what's my dream company, Tandika? No. It would be a disaster. Let's say I have a let's say I have a furniture company, Judith Interiors. Then you have my name there. Then you've created for me a logo. So that's what you've created in a day. Now what you've created on that page is the code, that's the interface, that's now your property at that time. And then the logo is something you've created for someone. Now they have come forward to you and they have paid you to do it, okay? So that means it becomes their property after, and they can, register it and use it in their business. You see, the thing about names, they look like something that everybody should own, everybody should have, but the problem comes when somebody else tries to steal your name, because the way it's the goodwill and the reputation that attaches to create or to Elevate or to Mobicast, you may not understand how the impact of your name until you see a billboard and somebody's holding a Spaceport and they're pretending to be Mobicast. Then you say, because that's when you understand the impact of the goodwill, because that's your name, that's how you make business, that's how people know you, that's how you're known in the industry. So it's important that you look out for logos and brand names, and those are the things that we call trademarks. It's the most common type of intellectual property and the easiest to understand and the easiest to actually register. And the interesting thing about it is that you can only get that type of right if you actually register it, not just by using the name. But it's something that it's easy to register. Here in Uganda, I think we're trying to make the system so easy that you don't need, to get a lawyer. You can be able to understand exactly what makes up your name, what makes up your logo, how to protect it, and then once it's registered, at least you're protected, and in case somebody else decides to use the name, you can institute a suit and actually get paid the damages that you suffer from someone trying to pass off, themselves as you. It may not seem like something that is that's very important until it actually happens to you, because I've had situations of very big international brands and international names saying someone has opened up a shop and they're using Apple, and it seems like something that they should not care about, but if it's your business and your name, that means you're losing customers because people are holding themselves out to be you, and that affects your customer chain, but it also means that it attaches your reputation to whatever they may be doing, which is not correct. So that's just one of the regimes of IP that we have, which are trademarks. Then you talked about creating a landing page, okay? Now with a landing page, there you would have the software that, from the code, what you have built on that page. Now, for software, it's something that we call copyright. Now, the interesting thing about a copyright is you don't need to register it. Immediately, it's created, it comes to life, and you have protection. It's your property. The only interesting thing is you may want to register it in case maybe you want to sell off your business, or you want to partner with somebody and they actually need proof that you actually own this kind of software. So if you are constantly creating and you believe there's something big that you have, it's important that you actually write out that code, and get it registered and get a certificate that you're the author of this thing. So that at a time when maybe you want to sell it, or maybe you want to license it off to somebody, they actually know that you're the one who actually owns it. It's still yours. The way copyright works is that it remains your property, but registering it gives it validity. Yeah. Then are we all together? I really do not like talking to myself. Anyone who knows me knows I enjoy conversations, but okay, so those are just two regimes of IP. But with software, the interesting thing about it is there's something called a patent. You may have heard about it, but it's a different kind of IP regime with different kinds of requisites, but with higher standards, if maybe I would say, because it has to be something that's truly unique and truly novel, which may not happen a lot with software, because when you usually write your code, it's off other programmings. And it's also something that may not be so commercially helpful for you to have a patent, because it's something that you may not be able to pass off to somebody else compared to a copyright, which you can easily sell and easily write off in your company books. Usually they are more common with things like pharmaceuticals, because they're constantly creating drugs, or in the engineering industries where they're constantly creating new ways of doing things, and it more protects a lot of more tangible properties than it does with the intangible ones. But what's important is that whenever you're creating these things, understand that what you're creating is actually your asset. Okay, if it's something that other people want to buy, it's something that you may want to sell off at a certain time, or it's something that you may want to license. Okay, maybe you want some people to use it for a certain time. Then it's your property. That's your copyright. Get it registered. Copyright is the easiest kind of registration you can have in Uganda. Okay, it's cheap. I think you can get it in under 200,000. 200,000 shillings, and you have it. You've protected it, and yes, is the process. A copyright is it's much easier than a trademark, because with a trademark you may have certain aspects of your mark that you may need a lawyer to advise you on. For example, if like the name Elevate, well, if I was to be the one to register it, I don't know why I'm not the one who registered it, but if I am to be the one, that's a good thing. Yes. So with Elevate, if we're to analyze the logo for Elevate, as a lawyer, I would understand that it's a word, firstly, Elevate. So the protection I would look out for it at first is to just register Elevate, so that there's no one else who can ever use the word Elevate, okay? Then I would register its appearance, which is the font and the colors. That's the white, and then the dark blue and the orange in the background, because that gives protection to the entire logo, so that you do not have somebody else saying they're holding a symposium or a conference, or they are, they've opened a Twitter page and they're saying Elevate Create or Elevate, something else, because that gives them ultimate protection. You may only be able to understand that if you have the legal background to understand the impact of exactly what registering one part of the mark and then not registering the other. Yeah, what was the other question? No? Okay. Tanika, you can put up the presentations that we can. It's all right. Okay. You can go to the next slide. It's just an outline of what we're going to discuss. So we've gone through what really constitutes trademarks and copyrights, and then utility models. Those ones usually protect the tangible assets, like I've explained. Usually in the engineering fields, they're the ones who are constantly creating those things. And they also have they also add, really the thing about a patent is that it's a new way of doing something, An easy example is the seatbelt. Is a seatbelt that was actually patented by Volvo. They're the ones who created the seatbelt. And they initially owned the patent. A patent runs for 20 years, but there's some things in society that are very important when they are created that they may not warrant a patent. So with Volvo, they gave away the patent because of, because a seatbelt is something that has come to save so many lives. And it did not make sense that they can hold on to such a thing. Something like drugs. I think we had with a patent. Yeah. Okay, with drugs it would be. Okay, with pharmaceuticals, usually there's something we call a generic drug. Okay, with a drug, when somebody comes up with a tablet, let me say, with its chemical components, it's patented. But usually the drugs that are very important to society, like the time when we came up with ARVs, then the World Health Organization decided that other countries can create something called a generic drug, which is basically they copy the compounds so that not only one person can make that drug and be able to save so many lives. So that's usually how a patent works. It's something that's truly novel, never done before. And usually in industries, they put in so much money in this kind of research and development to create those kind of products. Even in the tech space, Apple does it a lot, and Samsung. I think Samsung has thousands and thousands of patents. They're constantly creating. I've just never made one iPhone. Yeah, next slide. Okay. So we've gone through really the major types of IP, and you understand how they affect your business. But what's most important that I want you to take away is the goodwill that you attach to the work that you do, your reputation, because that comes to be the most important aspect of your IP. There is not one thing that we can say there's goodwill that you can register it here in Uganda, But we have come to realize in our court system that it's the easiest kind of action that you can institute and actually obtain damages. Trademarks and copyright can be quite stringent because it can be very difficult to prove. For example, you're the one who came up with the word elevate because it's an English word. So there's so many other fronts that people can put up. But with goodwill, it's something that you can prove. You know, you have this amount of followers, you have this amount of customers, this is what your books of accounts are saying. I never seen somebody started using your name or started using your designs. This is the kind of loss that you're incurring. Those are real losses that can have audience in our courts, and you actually obtain, you know, damages. That's really compensation for what has happened to you. So don't fear or hold back when somebody is infringing on your rights. Okay, it's something that it's your property. Just because it's not tangible, it doesn't mean that you do not have any relief against any kind of such infringement. And the same goes for your customers, because you create these logos and all these interfaces for your customers. Then your customers come back and say somebody else is using my, because they don't understand. You created it for them, it's now theirs, but they don't understand why somebody else is using it. You should be able to tell them that it's still their property and they can still obtain relief, you know, in our courts. Yeah, it's something that many people don't look at because they feel it's not tangible. It maybe was never theirs. But if you're alive to intellectual property, it should not be an afterthought in the work that you do. Okay. Then the things that I wanted you guys to pick up, just a few nuggets, things like, okay. Passing off, we have talked about that, you know, someone taking, you know, passing off something as theirs. Then character merchandising, this is, you know, using famous names or famous logos in the work that you do. That's not allowed because you're associating yourselves with their brands, which they may not want you to do, but in the law, that's something they call a tort. It's not something written out in our law, but it's wrongful, and that you're actually damaging their brand. So it should be alive and alert. You know, don't pick up a Tom and Jerry and pick up a Mickey Mouse and add it to somebody's work, because then you're passing on work to a customer, which is infringing work, and then the other ones who are actually going to suffer from that infringement, because when they're approached as an infringer, the third party is not going to know that it was Create that made this. They just know that it was this big brand. Let's say it's a bank, or it is an insurance company, and now you're going to throw them in a lot of loss because of that. Okay, then there are image rights. I think you guys have heard of them. They've been going around on social media as designers. You guys have heard of image rights, you know. I think it's something that it has come up in the past few years because of social media and people branding their personalities very seriously and making a lot of money off their images. Now have content creators and influencers, you know, actually building brands, and it's important not to underlook somebody's image. You may think that somebody doesn't have the rights in their image, but you'll find that I've once had a case where a local farmer, nobody knew her, but she was able to get 100 million out of the bank because they used her picture. You know, it's because of the impact that the picture has. If you're advertising somebody as a farmer and you're making money by having all these farmers open bank accounts, then that's, you know, you're using my image, and that's an exploitation of somebody's rights. So don't overlook something and say, because Tandeka is my friend, Tandeka is a cool guy. If I take Tandeka's picture at, you know, Spaceport and he looks so good and it's a Friday, you know, then I use it to advertise another big symposium that actually makes 100 million. Tandeka is going to come and say, I want some of that 100 million, because that is his image. So you shouldn't underlook any of these things. Yeah. Hey, next slide. Yeah. Well, we've talked a lot about the utility motors and trademarks, just to guide you through the application process. To get a patent, Can I continue? I think it's okay now. Okay. With the patent, it's really like I explained, a new way of doing something. The registration process is really the lengthiest. It can take you a year or 2 years. 5 years later, your protection will start running from the 5 years. So if there are any infringers, you can still institute a court action. You can still sue using that filing date. Yeah, that's the only protection, because with the patent, the requirements are so high. You know, proving something has never existed anywhere in the world is not an easy thing. You know, you have examiners looking at all these components of the things that are created, and being able to pass it is something that's not easy. Yeah, that's why it takes that long. But for your work, it's not something that a patent is the ideal kind of protection that you may want. Yes? Mhm. Okay. No, usually it's for example in our Ugandan law, uh, when we had the law that protects patents in something called the Industrial Properties Act. Okay, it was in an earlier slide. Yes, in our law, with the things we do not protect, things like things that come out of human, like, you know, body organs or body DNA, genetics are not protected here. We do not protect pharmaceuticals here because we are a low developing country. So if you make a drug, it has to be available to other people. You cannot constrain the protection to yourself. So it depends on the legislation of the country and what they deem is important for their society. You'll find in the first world you can protect pharmaceuticals. They do not have a problem of drugs, but with the pharma were previously patented, but after HIV and AIDS, we realized we cannot patent drugs that are life-saving. You know, everyone should be able to get that component and make a generic drug and be able to supply it. So it depends really on the legislation where you are. As a creative, I do not know what you're going to create that's going to save literally. You're saving lives. I know you're saving our lives, but it has to be something that it's called a public policy kind of yardstick, something that is so important to the public that, you know, everybody else should have it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. That's why IP doesn't last forever. You know, that's why there are durations for protection. You cannot have a trademark for longer than 7 years or 10 years because somebody else wants to innovate from that name. You know, you cannot have a patent for more than 20 years because that creation has to go into the public so that other people can add on it and new ways of doing other things. Copyright, you cannot have it for more than 50 years, okay? Copyright is usually longer because it's usually for you people, it's a creative, it's not something that is restrained to one person like a music song, but there are situations where you can find that with when the 20th people are living longer, you find that, for example, the Rolling Stones had an issue with their copyright because they have been playing songs for more than 50 years. So you find that the classics that they started out were actually going to be released in the public domain. And they had an issue. They had to institute, they had to institute a petition at the IP office in the UK because they're saying there's no reason why they're still alive and they want to make money off their songs. But the reason why it cannot be restrained to one person is because we are all constantly creating together. So you want to pick off what he has created, so he cannot own it forever, although he can also have ways in which he can give it to you, like a license, he can assign it, he can give it away. I mean, or estates can own something and they make royalties of it. I mean, even Michael Jackson's estate is still making money, but they can license some of his songs and some of his creations. There are different ways in which that work can be disseminated, but the exact ownership should accrue to the person who created that work. Yeah. So we can go on. What's the next IP regime? Yeah. With the industrial designs are something that are not very common, but they are a very important IP regime. Designs really go to tangible things like chairs or tables or cars. So it's really the ornamental aspect of something. So the way something looks, how it feels, that's really the design rights. But even here in Uganda, they're protected, and you can also institute an action for them. Yeah, so in case you ever create something, you can also register it and it can be yours. But that goes for really the way things look. Yeah. They're very close to patents, but for them, they focus on just the ornamental aspect of something. So cars usually have a lot of design rights. Your phone, Apple has a design right to the way the iPhone looks. Though it doesn't change much, but they keep registering. Had the same phone for 6 years. Still cost $1,000. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I think I've explained the copyright to you guys. It's something that's very easy. Yeah, when you do create, you can also register this copyright. It's something that we have a copyright office at TRSP. If you you can just walk in and tell them what kind of work you have and that you want it registered, and they can take you through the process. It's really affordable, okay, compared to not having a copyright. So it's something I encourage you to do. Even for your software, they can register it. They will ask you to put it down usually on a CD because that's really what they can understand. And then, they can, once they are able to read through the code and understand that it's authentic and it's yours, they can give you protection for that. The reason why the registration process is so long is because they usually publish these things for the public, so that anyone come forward and say, that's actually not Jason's work, it's mine. It's actually not Tandeka's, it's actually mine. So before they register, they have to put the public on notice, just in case you are a thief. Yes?
I had a question that has been lingering in my mind for now. How does copyright help people who are working in the open source world? Like open source, like the code is available to everyone, anyone can use it. So how does it help them, the copyright?
So the way open source is really a creature of public policy, that everyone should be able to have available to them those components that allow them to build on something else. Shouldn't just be something that's exclusively one person's property. How it helps you is what you do with it, okay? What you create thereafter becomes your work. It's something they call a derivative work in the law. It wasn't, the initial original idea wasn't yours, or the original piece of work was not yours, but you've created something else that is new, or it's just genius, that you deserve the rights to that thing. So that's how it helps you. You may not have the rights to that open source, but what you create will have copyright in it that you can register and that can belong to you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, if I register a patent in Uganda, does it protect me in the UK? Does it protect me outside Uganda? And also, is there a place where I can check all the patents so that before I go and try to register, I know whether my idea is unique in the first place? Yeah.
Now, the interesting thing and the most, and also disappointing thing about intellectual property, there is no kind of worldwide protection for any kind of intellectual property. You have to get it registered in the country where you intend to do business or you intend to have it really protected. Think like a worldwide patent. But you will have what we call treaties where different countries are registered to one protocol, so you can have a patent registered in that amount of countries. I think with the PCT, it's a patent conversion treaty. It's a treaty that has over 100 countries, which gives you at least the widest kind of protection that you can have. So that's I think it still works because you're not going to have your IP infringed all over the world. And even if you get one PCT, usually companies of money and can afford to, register in different countries can still struggle with the different countries and then have it completely registered. I think big brands, for example, are registered in almost every country in the world. So you cannot have an international protection for IP. The reason for it is because it's not possible that Elevate here in Uganda is going to stop somebody from waking up and saying they dreamt of Elevate in America. They've set up their business, and you understand what I'm saying? Because the nature of IP is that it's really intangible. You understand? So it would constrain innovation and the creation pool if somebody could have a right all over the world. Because that's just really the rationale about, it's very limited. But you can have you can have very extensive protection. Okay. I can't see that far, Jason. You have to come and tell me. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So next slide. But that's you. I think we've gone through a trademark and a process. Yeah. And also opposition. Yeah. So if you ever see a mark that you've created or a mark for a customer of yours, alert them. Okay. And then you can see if it can be opposed so that nobody else can be able to register it. We even have trademark thieves, people who do this for a living. They see a big brand and it's not registered and they try and register it just so that they can undercut you. But I don't think it's something that I don't think you should pay anyone for your mark. I think it's something that you should fight, and it's your property, so it's not something you should allow other people to infringe. So with enforcement of IP rights are enforced in Uganda. They may be law enforcement, but right now there are very many active efforts towards, for example, piracy. I think you've seen the police go and close shops that are pirating and creating all these piracy movies. We even have an enforcement unit at the Registry Bureau that goes and impounds all these infringing products, and it's usually for tangible goods, beverages, and all these kind of goods. But even with your kind of work that you do, if you feel your work is being infringed upon, you can still institute a suit, okay, and then be able to stop this person from actually infringing on your rights. Especially if you know that in future you're building a brand or you're building on your goodwill and your reputation. Next slide. Okay. So now the issue comes if there is a dispute. What happens when you get a problem? Somebody else, if you have an issue, somebody else comes and says, you're using my brand for, you're using my name or you're using my logos. What happens? Well, firstly, you have to assert your rights. You have to know what you own first before somebody tells you that you're infringing. When you know what you own, then you will know exactly how you can be helped. So there are things usually that they come up with promotional materials. You had an event, you had a show, you used my picture, you used my name, or you were marketing something and selling something, you used my name. But there has been successful enforcement of IP rights in Uganda. It's something that we recognize, so you should be confident that your rights shouldn't just be infringed and you keep quiet. Yeah. Next slide. Okay. with assignment, I'll just go through assignment. It's really a contractual thing where if you feel you own something like software, contractually you can be able to assign it to somebody else and tell them exactly how they can use it, what components they can use and how long they can use it. Because don't think that because your work is intangible, you cannot actually sell it, you cannot actually make money off it. Okay? It's something that you can license to somebody else or you can even give away, all right? And you actually make money. So I don't want you to feel that your businesses are constrained towards what you're constantly shining out, you know, things that you're constantly creating for customers, building and all these websites. If you have software you've created and it's actually yours, it's something that you feel you can actually partner with somebody else, okay, you should just start, have your IP, okay, and then you bring more to a negotiation table. You understand? Okay. All right. So I think what we've really been going through today is IP management. How you're able to manage your IP, and firstly, you have to know what you own, really. Once you know what you own, then you will know exactly how you can give it away, who you can give it away to, and how you can even get it back after. But when you don't have, for example, some kind of rights registered into a table, because it would be very difficult to prove, for example, your name if you do not have a trademark. But it's not something that you feel you should think you are alone. I've seen big brands not registered. You know, somebody operates in this market for decades and they just do not have a trademark. But it's only when they want to make money, they have an M&A, they want to partner with someone, that the person actually asks them, is this actually your name? You know? So look out for the IP in the things that you create and then be able to, contractually protect it. Next slide. Yeah. Really what we've gone through is also part of IP financing, being able to make money and value from your intellectual property. Do you have any questions? No money questions? Guys, in this economy, you have to have a money question.
So they either understood it 100% or they didn't. I will actually go for the 100% because the session has been very interactive, right? Thank you so much. Now, before she actually goes on off, one last call for any questions, anything. We can also comment her for a while.
It's a lot. It's so much information in such little time, but
maybe just a question around at what price do I, for example, like someone has a sample in a song, like what's the value of Elevate's logo? Like who comes up with that monetary figure? Is there a monetary figure?
There can be a monetary figure. So what would happen is at the point of infringement, it may not be one numerical figure, but if Elevate's name, for example, is infringed by an international bank, they can pay. So in the law, we call that a deep pockets theory. You know, the deeper the pocket, the more money somebody pays. Yes, because you can afford it and you should know better. Okay, that's really how the court system would work. If it's create, I'd first talk to you, tell you to do better. But then, yes, but then it really depends on how you value yourself. But also it depends on the brand that Elevate has built over the years. You know, because when they come to court, it's something very evidential. Our court system leans a lot towards evidential kind of parties. People who come and say, this is exactly how long I've been in business, this is exactly how much I've been making, and this is how much I no longer make because Create has made everyone think that I'm part of them. You know, I'm associating with them or something like that. It depends on really the kind of infringement, the level of infringement, and yeah, I mean, if you're going to infringe on Cristiano Ronaldo, they may not come for you. But if Absa did, they're going to pay a lot of money because they can afford it and they know better and that they're infringing on a bigger brand. That's just the simple rationale, but in the law, that's what the law seeks to protect. And also, there's something we call exemplary damages. The things where they make you pay a lot of money just to show everybody else that you cannot keep doing this. So you do not want to be, yeah, you do not want to be a victim of such a thing. It would usually maybe be if somebody who has just come forward and maybe been able to afford to institute a suit, and there are so many other people whose rights are being infringed upon. Okay, and something I can see where our market is going are maybe content influencers and all these people who have become big on social media. They may not look like they're just part of us. We go to the pub with them, we eat with them, we follow them, but they actually have so much property behind their names. And then that's when you realize that this is not just a simple woman or a simple man, and that you can actually pay a lot of money for that kind of infringement. So you should not underlook any kind of intellectual property. Just because it's something that's intangible, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And that goes to something that you don't see, you don't feel, but when it fastens on you, yeah, you'll know what they call the long arm of the law.
Wow, thank you so much, Judith Kageria. Loud. Oh, Tandeka has a question. Okay. Okay, as we get to identify how we're getting the online questions, can we have one from the gentleman here?
Hey, I stand up? Okay, cool. I just wanted to get your take on the previous instance. You familiar with Ye and Adidas? So Ye recently came out in a short clip and mentioned how his lawyers gave away the IP to Adidas. And I think the question is like this public, information, we know that Ye owns Yeezy and all the designs, but like him, like giving up that easy, I don't know how, that could have rolled out, but I just want to get like your
Usually such things happen when you don't easily recognize your IP, and there may not be many lawyers who actually put IP at the forefront in a transaction. Now that our economy has grown and businesses are growing, you'll find that if you are to get a lawyer on an acquisition, they'll have somebody. They always remember to get somebody else to check out the IP, because not all of them may be specialized to understand exactly what is being passed on. So they may have contractually given away the rights without being alive towards what Ye may actually want after. But you see, with a contract, the way it binds you, you can't go back, because what the public knows is exactly what you agreed on paper. It can be very difficult to prove that you wanted to retain some part of the code, or they only wanted to license, unless you put it in a contract. So you have to be careful with what you're contracting, understand exactly what you're contracting. If you feel the need to get advice, get advice. Don't leave it to linger and think that there may be can, protect you after. Yeah. So I honestly think with Ye and Adidas it was contractual. So I may speak on it when the contract said otherwise, but the contract is the only way that we can know exactly what they agreed.
I have a question. We are creators here, so I want to know what is the limit between what is my creation and what is Elevate's creation. In the case of, when do I know that this that made is actually part of Elevate, even when it is me who has made it?
That's an interesting question. In the presentation, which I think the teams will share with all of you, there's something on employment, okay? When you're an employee and a company, what the law does is it presumes that everything created at the workplace will belong to the employer. This is because they're paying a salary, they're providing you the time, they're providing you the skill, and you've agreed to dispense your skill. And that's why those creations under employment usually belong to the employer. However, it's usually in things like patents, because patents make so much money that the law presumes a percentage for the person who created it. So they go outside the employment relationship to actually give off. I think it's 1/3 1/3 of the royalties, or how much that thing is created. But you have to be very careful when you're drafting your employment contracts, okay? Because you have to, especially, make it known that whatever your employees are creating is, and you may also feel like as an employee, maybe you've created something that is outside your employment, then there will be circumstances that will show if it was on company time, if it was under contract, if it was derived from any other work, that may dictate if you actually own the IP. But it will still go down to the employment contract and the employment relationship that you have with your employer. But whatever is created under the relationship of employment, then that becomes property of the employer.
In that same regard, we have seen agency of remote work, and most of the remote work is product based. That remuneration is not how much time you took or what time you are doing the work. It is about the product, that at the end of the day, someone just wants this done. So if you are home or you are anywhere, it doesn't matter what they are going to ask of you is the product, not the time you were available to work. So I want to understand in such a scenario, what creates the distinction between the company time and my time?
Under the law, that's something they call a commission work, okay? What the law looks at it as the percentage or the amount of money that you agreed at that time. And that means you actually paid for that work. There's a famous case, well, we all know who wrote the national anthem, George William Kakoma. So shortly before he died, he actually sued the government and said, because if you know the history of the anthem, there was a public call, I think, by the parliament for all creatives who can come up with the national anthem. And he entered, he made an entry, and he won, and he got paid. I think he got paid 2,000 shillings. Could have been equivalent of 2 million at that time. But the thing is, under the law, he got paid. So that is a contract. If you see an advert for creatives to create and put in all these submissions, and you get paid a commission, that commission becomes what belongs to you for that work. Then after that, it's given away. We have also an interesting case. The 20,000 shilling note. If you know the Independence Monument, or the 20,000 shilling note, Independence Monument was initially made at the School of Arts at Makerere by an artist. She's called Sylvia. I've just forgotten the other name. But after, it gained a life and then it was put on the 20,000 shilling note, she came forward and sued that it's her copyright. But it was a commission and she gave it away and she got paid. You see, because that's exactly what happens when you don't realize how important what you're creating is. These things go on and take new lives, and then you're left in the dark. So whenever you're creating, feel the need to ask around, see how you can protect yourself, see that what belongs to you still remains to you.
Right. Thank you, Judith. Very insightful, right? Let's clap for her, ladies and gentlemen. It's also very interesting to hear creatives speak legal jargon, right? So I was making notes.
We can all do it. We can all be lawyers.
So I was making notes, and I don't want to come out of this room without actually highlighting a few of these words. So let's know trademarks, and then patents, right? Utility models, industrial design, copyrights, infringement, assignment, exemplary damages. Any other jargons that you've learned tonight?
Huh?
Can we elaborate on that?
There's so much more information in the presentation, so when you get home, you can take a look at the slides. Okay.
Expungement proceedings.
Oh, that's a tough one. it's only for Judith to handle. So expungement happens when you miss registering your mark, somebody else stealthily gets it registered. We can actually get it out of the registry. So you have to prove that somebody did it fraudulently, they're not in honest use, and it's your brand. That's why they're called expungement proceedings. I won't scare you next time. I'll look for.
Okay, it's good to learn though. Also, I've got a few takeouts from Judith for you, and I know everyone has had a few questions come in mind. Are we satisfied before we let her go? We should be. So, yes? Another round of applause, please.
It can be a lot to take in, just to. I'm also still learning, not really, but because you're constantly creating, so there's something new every day. But there's a way in which the law will try and protect you. So don't feel like your situation is so unique or what you've created is so different. There is still some relief for you under the law, and it's a lot of information. Just compartmentalize it, but as you go on doing your work, understanding that you can make money and that you're protected is very important.
Great. So before I get the two takeouts, we have an online audience. We want to recognize you who is watching from wherever you're watching from. Thank you for joining the Spaceport platform. We have one person, Meto Aru. He says he's been looking for a tech IP lawyer. Maybe Judith, you can tell him how to access you, how to onboard him and help. Yes, very important.
I think we can all afford legal services. It's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be. My name is Judith Kagere. I did not put my contacts in the presentation, but I work with a law firm called Bowman's, AF Panga Advocates. We are found at DFCU Towers. Yeah, but you can call me. You may not be able to afford the meeting, but let's talk first. Then we can find you help. Yeah.
Also, to emphasize, this presentation is going to be available for everyone who wants to look at it, learn more, develop your legal jargon again.
All our different offices are also at the end of the presentation. We're present in 8 African countries. So if you have a friend in Joburg, Dar es Salaam, Nairobi, Malawi, Zimbabwe, just they can still reach us.
So the two takeouts. Yeah, the two takeouts, know what you own and look out for the IP of your business and make sure that you get registered. Well, thank you so much. Judith, let's clap for her as she leaves. Wow. So this is what Spaceport is about. We learn, we connect, and we grow. I guess we've learned so much from her, and let's practice. So as we get ready for the next session, can we have a music interlude of 1 minute, please? And we'll get the UX where there is no UI panelists on stage. Thank you. Oh, can I just do them justice and introduce them as they come on stage?
sekufikela ngenyanga khona sekufikela ngenyanga khona sekufikela ngenyanga khona mkhuzeni mkhuzeni ngibambeni ngibambeni mkhuzeni mkhuzeni ngibambeni ngibambeni mkhuzeni 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 ngibambeni ngibambeni ngi-out eshop mina anginanto yeningi mina ngihleka nawo wonke umuntu ohleka nami phinde ngiveze lokugcibela kodwa ma ungisukela ngizokushintshela mina ngi-out eshop mina sebonke bazokutshela ngi-out eshop mina anginanto yeningi mina ngihleka nawo wonke umuntu ohleka nami phinde lokugcibela kodwa ma ungisukela ngizokushintshela mina ngi-out eshop mina ngoba uzozisola 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 ngoba uzozisola 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 ngi-out eshop ngi-out eshop ngi-out eshop
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second session. My name is Rachel again, and I'm your moderator for this session. The next session is UX, where there is no UI. Maybe a little bit of background on that is what we'll be giving later. Can I have your attention, please? We have interesting people in the room today. And as a person, I've always wanted to learn more about UI, UX, and all those things that confuse the other world. So who does UI, UX? His name is Claudian Bennett, and he's based in Dar es Salaam. He's the best that I know in this game, one of the best. And his mother, up to now, is confused about what he does for a living. So it's very exciting to have people in the room that actually found this for the layman, but also speak more about it with the creative people that we have in the room. So can I please have on stage Paul Zana, a UI designer from Airco. And joining me on stage, another gentleman is Samuel Mabonga, UI designer from Loftech. I'm very excited because these are the guys who apparently understand all the UI, UX language, right? So I'll just give you 1 minute each to talk about what you do, where you're from, and then we can move into the Q&A.
All right, my name is Mabonga Samuel. I'm a UI designer at Love Technologies. And I also do front-end development work. That's freelance.
First of all, I have a question. How many of you guys are familiar with my face out of this room? By show of hands. Ah, you know, I always keep thinking I'm really more famous than this, but yeah, I need to do more work. Anyways, my name is Paul Zana. For those of you guys who don't know me, I'm 100% self-taught, so whatever I do is learnable. On top of that, I'm a design educator. I run a platform I love to call Learn with Zana, and teach design and any disciplines around design. I believe every designer out there can be a design generalist. And lastly, I'm a dad. I have 2 incredible kids. Thank you.
Retired at this age. Wow, this is a challenge you're setting for all of us. So this session, we are wondering why UX, where is the UI? It's a bit confusing for the layman. I understand 50% of everyone in this room really understand. Maybe to give you a perspective, in business and everyday life, the internet has actually taken over. Web apps, mobile apps, UIs, robots. I don't know any other thing that we can think of right now. And as a result, businesses have actually resorted to 2 things, okay? Improve user experiences and also make it accessible. Right. So rather the gentlemen that I have here, I just have a question or 2 for each one of you. Let's teach. Let's grow. Let's make sure that the people in here do understand what we're talking about and how are we impacting the UI and UX creatives out there. So the first question will go to both of you, and I'll request that each one speaks to the difference. So, is UX design or, okay, just help us understand what is UX and what is UI in the simplest terms.
Right. I'll go first. I'll do a bit of like background, like context, how we get here today, because most of you guys might not be familiar, but user experience in itself has gained momentum in the last, I would say 5 years or so. This has been like some sort of like domain that people, consider as an ingredient of, design. So you don't talk about it, but then it exists. So the entire idea or original idea was interaction design, and essentially what it means is as people or humans, we interact with almost everything we do. When you look at a refrigerator, you open these compartments, and there are ways, you use these compartments. So that is the really interface bit of it from interaction originally. But then I think as later on, humans got so confident that they needed to, give themselves a treat. They feel like the machines got more treat than humans. So that's how like user experience became really important. But it was always about the interactions. So I think when user experience becomes a thing, it's always trying to improve the interactions as humans interact with every device. And I have this like amazing joke that every time like my mom asks me like, what is this thing you do? So I tell her that when you think about like the traditional ways of going to the garden, like most of you guys, I don't know whether you've ever hold a hoe and dig, but like the interesting thing about a hoe, it can never be perfect. Like every time you dig, there's that like instant feedback of that really didn't show up as I expected. Maybe I expect like a huge penetration of the hole. So like there's always like that edge of you adjusting the hole and the handle so that it gives you like really, really spontaneous feedback that whatever you're digging reacts to what you expect. So I think that's the best way I can explain it to someone who really doesn't understand tech. Like think of a hole and can never be perfect, Every time you have to adjust it. So these guys were paid to design user experience. It's that, like how people react with products. So I think that's my basic take, how you can think about user experience design.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, the other question goes to Samuel. Now that we know what the user experience is in the layman's language, would you kindly let us know how to improve the UX of a product?
All right. So as far as going, the UX of a product, well, how I'd go about it is that you need to first understand what the product does. So for example, if I look at, well, we all like to use these applications that we use to get food, you see? So now, if I wanted to improve the user experience of that application, so for example, I need to understand what exactly happens when I'm trying to get this food. You see, an order has to be made to the restaurant, and then someone has to pick up that food, and then there's going to be a time in which I'm going to be waiting for this food to arrive to me. You see, there's all these things that are going to happen. So you need to actually go down and look at the product that you're trying to build, or the process on which you're trying to build the user experience, and you want to understand it from top to bottom. So now, I know that to be a time when I'm going to be waiting my food, and I do not know what exactly is going on. Like, get this guy my money, I'm expecting food. But there's going to be around a lag of 1 hour between which your order has been made and then the time at which it arrives, you see? So now, you could have two applications in that scenario. There's an application where you've made your order and then you're now just there seated. You don't know what's going on. And then you have Glovo that is telling you that your order is being processed, you see? Your order has been picked up. Now your order is on the way, your order has arrived, you see? So now those two give you a very good example of what a good user experience can be and what a bad user experience can be. So as far as improving user experience is, you really want the people that you're working with, you see? The users that are using your application. You want to understand their pain points. You want to understand what is going to make them happy. You want to understand what is going to piss them off. For example, that example I've given you. I've ordered food. I do not know what is going on. You see, I'm not getting any feedback from the application. I'm not going to like that experience. But on the other hand, on this other application where it's actually being informative, they want to let you know throughout the process what is going on. I'm going to prefer that more. Yeah? And then another thing, that is as far as understanding the people that you're working with. But then it really goes deeper. We could go into the UI aspect of it. Because we are all, okay, a lot of us here are UI designers. Yeah, we all love the flashy things. You want to design something that really looks nice. But that nice look or the really interactive or playful things on the screen are not always going to deliver what you want to the user. You see, if I jump onto an application, it's looking really nice, but is it usable? So I'm looking at an application, there are all pictures and all that, but I'm not seeing the button that is telling me to order food. Or if it's there, I have to look for it. So that already is a bad user experience. I won't come to this application, I'm going to slide through, like, where do I order the food from? I cannot see it. I'm just going to go away and look for something like Glovo that is just going to put things right in front of me. So another thing, as far as UI goes, you really want to lead your user on. This person is going to come, and it also goes back to what I said before. You really want to understand these people. I've come to this application because I'm hungry. Why am I looking for a button to order the food? Like, why is it becoming a headache for me? So what a person who has considered their user experience for the application to be is, what they're going to do is that I know once I log in into this application, I want to see a button that tells me, order food here. And then I want this application to lead me through the process. There's no reason why you should be where you should get onto Glovo and then you start stumbling through it that over now I click this button and then I order the food now. Where do I put my location? You see all those things. You do not want your users to be discovering these things. You want to do all the work for them and you want them to go through it smoothly. And then again, going back to the UI, how I would improve my user experience. I would really prioritize because again, a lot of the user interfaces that you're working on are going to be visual. You really want to work on your hierarchy, you see? So the UI itself is presenting information to someone and it's also giving them controls with which to interact with the system that you have in the back end, you see? So what I want is that when I check out this application, it's going to tell me what exactly is going on. You're going to go into Glovo, it's going to tell you these are the deals for the day. That's going to be the heading and it's going to be like in the biggest font that you're going to find. And then something smaller, it's going to be a description. Again, so what is going to happen when I look at this application is, I'll see the heading first, that is telling me what's going on this page. Then I'll see the description. And then somewhere, I don't know, somewhere on the screen, there's going to be a bright colored button that says order for dear. You get, so that is hierarchy. You really want to present this information to the person that, and you want the steps the way you intended them. And hierarchy is something, visual hierarchy is something that can help you to achieve this. Yeah, that's how I would go about improving user experience.
Wow, hand clap for that. I'm learning so much today, given that I've seen so many apps. And sometimes I wonder, because I was trying to use one called Shane to do some Black Friday shopping, right? And everything is just in my face. As I click on this one, I have options on the other one. I'm like, hey, but who does these things? Too good we have them in the room today, right? Now, I would also want to find out, and I think this is a question that the UX and UI designers out there wondering about. What is your approach to making websites and platforms accessible to all user groups? He just spoke about that briefly, so maybe we can hear from him. And then maybe this one is talking about inclusiveness of what are you doing for the next generation of people who want to use, who are visually and also have hearing impairment rather, or even, I don't know, modeling the user experience better for everyone, putting in mind that we are supposed to like be inclusive while we make the best products for the future.
Well, as UI designers, sadly, in most cases, you're going to find that as a designer, you have all your senses working. You can see, you can hear, your fingers are working well. I mean, that's how you're designing all the applications. But the sad part of it is that that's not the case with the people who are blind. Some people can't see. And yet, accessibility is, what we're really looking at is to make sure that this application can be used, this website or application can be used by anyone in this world, not just you and your friends that can see, not just you and your friends that can see all colors that are reviewing them, but you have to factor in all these other people, people who don't have hands, people who can't see, people who can't, all these sorts of things, you see? So the point with accessibility is that your application should be able to be, be used by anyone in the world, you see? And that is why we're having this conversation right now. So, as far as accessibility goes, what are the things that are important? It should be usable by anyone. The information that you're giving out should be understandable by anyone, you see? Again, going back to the groups I was talking about, there are some people who are also not, some people are illiterate, you see, in Uganda, and you're bringing your information in English. What are you doing for them? You see that? Some people cannot use their fingers. What are you doing about your application that can enable these people through whatever assistive technologies they have to achieve what you want to achieve on the application. So the things that I would do on a website, for example, is I would really leverage color contrast and, color and contrast. This goes to the people who are colorblind, for example. A good example I can give is that if you're using color to differentiate text, if you're using color to assign importance to particular text. So what happens if all the texts are the same size, but the only way that I can know is that this is a heading is because it's red, but I'm colorblind for red. So it's all going to look the same to me. And that itself is not accessible. So what I would advise in such a situation is that before you actually start looking at colors, when you're designing your UIs, you should work with other ways of variating your content. I mean, before I even start going into colors, I should be able to tell that this is a heading and this is like body text, so that you cater for those people. See? And then the other things is you really have to look out for the technologies that are there, because again, accessibility is a big problem, and you have to understand that there are people who are working to make all these technologies inclusive day and night. One example I can give is screen readers for websites for people who cannot see. I think almost every device these days has screen readers. We have Siri for Apple devices that can actually go and read the website for you. But what is going to happen if the screen reader, for example, finds an image on the page? It does not know what is going on in that image, and it cannot describe it to this blind person who's trying to peruse your page without actually it. So you have to look out for all these. What I'm saying is you have to be informed about the people that you're working with. If I'm working with blind people, I know that I need to add alternative text to all my images. I don't know if you guys have seen that on Twitter recently. There's an ALT on almost every image. Yeah, so that is like alternative text, because what the screen reader is going to do is that it's going to come read your tweet, whatever you're saying, and then it's going to reach the image and it doesn't know what to say. So adding something like that is going to give a description of the image. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And he'll just tell us also in about 2 minutes what his approach is to making websites and platforms accessible to all users. Do you have a particular approach that you use?
Thanks. I think things to do with accessibility, it's quite important to note that there are layers to it that are quite important to also like put in consideration. Like there's this permanent disability, like the people we're talking about. So these are people who are stuck with this forever. Maybe they're blind, they cannot do nothing. And mostly, I think what really I think I want to talk on, because I think you saw like the permanent really situation, but like when it comes to the situational accessibility, we've seen like a number of like really solutions around that that are really helping quite to combat this issue. But my approach always is to think about all these users, like someone who's in a situation maybe. For instance, like for us who use, maybe Apple devices, as a designer, you might get carried away by the pixels you have on your devices, like it's way high resolution. And then you design for the people who, like on the count, like how many brands of Android phones do you think we have in Kampala? Just random thought. Like, right. So most of these Chinese phones like have a I don't know, man. Like I lost count of the brands, but most of these cheap phones, like they look big, they look fancy, but they have like terrible resolution. So as a designer, what you have to factor in is that when you're designing now, you're designing for a situational, sort of like situation, right? Like for people who don't have good, resolution. So it ends up to be that whatever you design on a high resolution, maybe you see it on it, might not translate to these users. So it's quite important for people as well. I had a thread on Twitter. Someone, I think it was a designer, just mocking like UI designers, how they fancy going crazy with the grays, right? So you can find like what, a 10% gray, and for some reason that will never show on like the Chinese phones, right? So when you're designing, you have to factor all this in, and it's gonna be hard because when you look at all the resources we have, like say maybe some standard guidelines around accessibility, most of these are like from the West, and when you try to adapt that in our local setting here, it doesn't come right, that some of these solutions get to work. So I think for me, one thing that always helps me to design and try to listen to the user and empathize with their situation is to have at least like 4 of these Android devices, keep them on the side. So when you design on your Mac, then you see the design playing on the other device, and then you realize like your design might not really communicate. Yeah, I think that's all. Like I think the trick is situational disabilities are quite real. So yeah, I think that's my approach to try like overcoming that.
All right. While he was talking, he actually reminded me of a very interesting cause. We've, as I don't know, UI designers, there's this thing that's going on, dark mode, or I don't know. If you're like me, you really like to have the background black because it just makes the work look so good and all. But what I'm trying to go for here is, let's look back again at UX, where you're actually supposed to do your user. Say, for example, I'm doing a cost estimator for a construction site, for example. We all know these people are going to be working in the sun. And then you're making for them an application that has a dark background. How are they going to see what you like? You understand what I'm saying? So for a lot of these things that we're going to talk about today, it all just goes back to doing your research, to understanding the people that you're working with, and it will save you a lot of trouble going forward.
Very insightful. Can we make it a bit interactive? Any questions so far? Are we good with the conversation and where we're heading? Okay, there he is.
Thank you, Paul and Sam. I really appreciate the inclusion and making products accessible, because I think it boosts usability, right? More people can use it, and so it's a much better product. But I just have a question, because there might be lots of freelancers in the room. Is that to what extent or like how long should your UX research process take? Especially if you're a freelancer, you've got a commission, the client wants their work, it's a quick turnaround time, but you're telling, no, we need to know how blind people see this in this at 6 p.m. or how Android works. How do you kind of balance expectations while following the process at the same time?
Okay, that's a bit of a tough one, but for such a case, you're not always going to be able to get out there and then start looking for blind people to see how this is going to work with them. But what you can do is, I've found as a self-taught person, I've found that in the tech world, you're hardly going to be the first person finding an issue. So if you're having an issue somewhere, for example, you're designing for blind people, just go out there and search on the internet. You're probably going to find people who have already done this research, and you can just take on from there, which actually should be your first approach before you try to go and try to do all these things yourself. It's actually a very common term in development. Do not reinvent the wheel. Don't do something that someone has already done for you. Just go out and first look out for what options you have, and then you can come back, and if you haven't found what you want, you can go manual about it, figure it out how your blind people are going to work with this. But in most cases, everything that you find in the tech world, someone has already met, and they already probably have the answers for you.
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant way of thinking about it. One thing maybe I can add, mostly like on the freelance bit. You know, as a freelancer, mostly, you know, you could have like two ways of work where you either on a retainer or it's project based. Of course, like now what it's gonna be is you having to sit down with the client and kind of define, you know, the length of the project. And now what it gonna boils down to like your user experience, you know, research. Of course, now it has like a time box. So you have to really be smart about it and define it well in the project timeline that you don't exceed beyond that. However much it might probe you to really do research on and on, but everything has some sort of like deadline. But the beauty, I think the beauty about like, you know, user experience design is not like something that you do and it ends. If you have like a good work relation with the client, you can, you know, get at the end of the project and maybe come back later and, you know, maybe convince them that in between you messed up, like whatever situations you did doesn't show up as the user expectations were set. So I think for me, it's always knowing that you don't want to design a perfect product. You want to do it, ship it on, you know, timelines, and then if that relation is in check, you can come back and, you know, iterate and come up with more ideas to improve the experience. I think I've had scenarios where I have to play dumb to being a user experience designer because, you know, as a freelancer, like there are so many, you know, at stake. You want that, you know, stream coming in. You want to move on another project. So I think mostly what you can do is consolidate your processes. Like everything you're doing, you just know that I've at least maybe, you know, referenced a couple of like other projects that really have done or achieved what I'm trying to achieve. So you borrow from their, you know, discoveries and learnings instead of like trying to like, as I mentioned, like, you know, reinventing the wheel. And I think based on that research. So I think that's what I can say. But like as a freelancer, you have to make the money first. Yeah.
Make the money fast, right? That's what the freelancing business is about. Now, I would want to also ask the two of you, and this is the main reason why the team was wondering, and that's why we have this topic actually. Of, is there UX where there is no UI?
I think that's actually possible. But then again, we talked about you being informed. If you're going to be able to do something like this, you need to be able to recognize what is around you, what you can use. You see? So I want to maybe just give a simple example. You see? So again, going back to my food apps, I think it's one of the things that use the most, Jumia, Glovo. You see? So I could go, well, this is actually something that happens a lot. You open Glovo and then it takes you about 30 minutes to settle down on what you want to get. Because, well, okay, this technology is really good. It's bringing everything to you, like, really close to you. It's giving you all the options. But with the options also come a problem. It's not easy to decide what you want. You're looking at so many factors. You're looking at price. You're looking at taste. You're looking at... Just imagine anything that you're thinking when you want to get your meal. So you're going to come onto the application. It's going to show you the options. You're going to read through them. And then maybe 30, 45 minutes later, you decide, I think I want chicken wings. And then, on the other hand, you could go and ask a friend that when I need to eat food, I need to maybe have a meal. And this person knows the restaurants. They know what you like. They know literally everything that is going on. Maybe you have allergies. They know this information. And they are going to look at you in your position at that point in time. And they are going to come up with a suggestion that is, can I say spot on? Yeah, and maybe in the time because they understand you at this point in time. Yeah. So what would add for you not to have a UI somewhere? You need to get information from the person as is. Like I've told you, I am hungry. I'm in Mukono. What are my options? That is you as a person. And then you also want some external information. Where are the restaurants? You see, what time does this restaurant close? Because when you're checking through an application, these are some of the things that you're not going to see. You get, because some of these applications are just not smart enough. They're just giving you the options and then you have to do all the work. Well, if you ask your friend, they're going to do all the work for you. They're just going to suggest KFC, straight up. You see that? Yeah, so what I'm going on about here is that you want to understand the person that is using the application. You want to get that external information, what is open right now, what is halal, like, what is halal, like, because for those who don't go to non-halal places, get all that information. And then the other thing is you want to have the intelligence to get all this information and come up to that maybe conclusion, which is case. You see? So if you can achieve all these three elements that I've spoken about, you can have a scenario where you, say for example, if the application could do what exactly your friend did, I mean, if it understood you, you do not have to enter any information, and then it just tells you, get a streetwise 2 from KFC, because it knows you're working on a budget, it knows what you like. You get what I'm saying? So if it can, yeah. So if your application or if your phone really understood you that well, it could be able to. But now the problem is these devices are not really, we have all these privacy things. I mean, if a phone could understand you that well, you'd probably have an issue with it. So there's always going to be that limitation, because we really don't want to give, as people, I find, we don't want to give more and more information to our devices, only what is necessary. So yeah, but there are some use cases where this has been made possible. Say, if we look at opening phones, we started with pins. From pins, patterns came in. And then somewhere along the way, someone realized pins and patterns take a long time. We had fingerprint scanners. And somewhere along the way, someone decided, why do I need to, I don't know, put a finger in or somewhere? Just raise my phone and it's already open, because it can, it's, I don't know, assessing. It's going to look at my face and know this is the user that I'm supposed to work with. If it's not, yeah, so there are those cases. Another one I really like is if you've done meetings with Apple devices. Sorry, this might be an outlier for some. If you take out your earphones, this earphone is intelligent enough to know that the earphones have been taken off, so I'm not listening from the earphones. And then it automatically switches to the laptop. You now start listening from the laptop. Yeah, so you need to, as long as you're able to collect this information, understand what is going on, and then give a good course of action, you can be able to have a user experience without a UI.
We're learning, right? And also, so the future is interesting. Imagine when I don't feel like pressing a phone, I can just look up the phone, and then it will pop up as the movies portray it. So I think we should be winding up, but I want to ask two more questions, and this is for the digital creative out there who is interested in the UX and UI space. From you two, how can you advise on the best transition from a design-related discipline to UX?
Yeah, I think that's a sweet, kind of speaks close to my background. Personally, I come from the space. I worked for, 2 advertising agencies in the past. So as a conventional designer, we, fancy billboard design, all the brand cultural, you guys who run an agency, you know what I'm talking about. So now, if you're a graphic designer, like say you work Elevate and now you want to really transition into UX, one thing I'm gonna tell you that is bad news is like you shouldn't transition. How many of you guys are already considering like getting into UX, UI design? Like by show of hands. Any ladies? Like I see the gents are like really enjoying the room. What do you do? What you do exactly? Yeah. Psychologist, yeah. Thanks.
Oh.
You an architect. Ah, okay. So let's use her as an example. She's planning to like dump all that career and move on to UI UX design. Okay, like it's hypothetical, but if you plan, like you never know, things could change a bit. Ideally, when you look at all that experience, most of you guys who have read like some like really books around design, you were certain that like design originates from that domain. That if it wasn't for the architects, we wouldn't have like a well set like graphic design discipline. So imagine someone who's coming from that domain now transitioning into UX. What are some of the skills they already have on their hands? Visual, that kind of like falls into like UI, right? What else? Right, creative works. Right. Right. Problem solving, yeah. So that is quite really important. Like now, when you look at that, like an architect, all you have to do is worry about the people, right? So meaning like whatever inventions you're coming up with, like this building shouldn't fall on people. Like we've seen this happening a million times. So when you think about like user experience design, it's just you really worrying about the people, always. Whatever you're designing, like we've heard about, dark patterns. Most of the products that, like most of you guys have visited websites and, they force you to sign on a cookie and you don't want. So those are some of like the bad things that a UI can really do to a user. So it might be not the building falling on someone, but like when you look at that essence of like an architect understanding that, growing up, maybe the kitchen was set this way, instead of like trying to reinvent the wheel, they try to study the human like ways of interacting in the kitchen. Maybe they need some sort of hierarchy. So the best thing I can tell like an architect who is trying to get into UI UX is not to transition right away, but try to be a user experience designer within the domain of like architecture. So meaning like you put in more effort in trying to understand the user. Like if you've been doing it like, but it's like 2% of the entire project, now you go an extra mile. You bring all these prototype buildings and put them in front of users and try to get like feedback. So right there, you a user experience designer. You might not be designing interfaces right away, but like what you're doing, you're building a portfolio like of knowledge. And I think one thing that that is worthy mentioning, everyone can wake up and become a UI designer. Like the visual design side of things is easy, but UX comes with experience, like the people skills, right? I always like think when you look at like people who work in the service industry, like say waiters, like waitress or bartenders, these guys have a lot of people skills and they make a perfect user experience designer, right? So I think the transition bit is not the solution. It's you really taking on a form of a user experience designer within what you do right now. Say for instance, like a photographer or a film guy, like they could like try to vest so much like user experience nuance in what they do, and later on like they will start to realize like, actually I make a planner. I have a friend who works at Ideal. She came from a psychology background. She did all these like academia rankings, but I think by the time she started like doing like sessions with clients, she started realizing like actually she makes a perfect user experience designer, because like all you have to do is like just sit there and listen to the problems that come from this other party, and that's what user experience is about. So I think just become a user experience designer in whatever you do. If you ride the border, just be a good user experience designer. That's what I can say.
So it's not limited. I can wake up, move from comms, and then come and do
100%.
100%. Well, I don't know how people will process, but I don't know, I might just mess it up anyway. So, and also this one, I think, goes out to you as well, you too, on there's a younger generation. There's a lot of interest in the digital space. Kids nowadays can just throw the phone around and just do stuff with it that our parents could not. And it's very interesting to learn that we're building them and also molding them for the future. And this is where it comes in to the students in the room and everyone who is watching us online is, I would like you to advise on the best career paths for anyone out there who is interested in this space, the UX spaces. What should they study? What should they start doing? At what age? What do they have to interest themselves in? As they grow into being the best that there is, what should they do? Please advise, because I know we have a few right now, especially in the wherever everyone is creating from, but there's also a community, and that's why we're here today. So how do we help them come on board?
All right, so if you're trying to get into anything tech-related, well, the first thing that I'm going to mention, which is probably a no-brainer and which I think people will not like, is you have to be a reader. You need to read. You really, really, really need to read, because there are a lot of uncertainty in these things that we are doing. You see, I could give a very good example. If a graphics designer tried to do a UI, they are going to come up with a very good-looking page. But what are the chances that that page is actually going to be usable? You see that? So that is where all this information that you're going to read is going to come in from. You're going to know that I cannot just be throwing colors around my page because it's going to bring a cognitive load onto the person that is using the application. You see, and this is the reason why jobs like UI, UX designers have come up. Because traditionally, in the beginning, it was just programmers who could write into command line interfaces to make machines work. And then somewhere along the way, the guys at Apple decided to bring in keyboards and pointers, what they call them, a mouse. Yeah. So again, that was still just the programmers. So because they did not do the kind of things that we do today, they literally just threw everything onto the page. You see, so you'd find maybe 20,000 options of things that you can do on one page. And that is, to be honest, a very bad experience. Like I said before, when we were talking about the food ordering apps. Yes, you've brought all the options to me. I have all the restaurants in Kampala. But what the problem is going to come from is that because they're all there, I have so many options to look at. In the end, it's going to take something that should have been easier, might take me an hour. Yet, if I took a board at KFC, it probably would have taken a shorter time. You see? So if you look at that history, you're saying that somewhere along the way there's like just people who are just doing things. I mean, the thing is functional. And then because now they realize that people are having a hard time working with what you're doing, then the UI designers came through. Like, okay, we can actually design these screens so that they look good, they're looking appealing to people. And then again, that itself was a good step forward, but then again, it wasn't enough, which brought in, again, user experience as it is. Like, yes, you can make your screens look good, they can look bright and all, but why do you have red all over your screen? Like, there are so many primary colors that are causing problems. So, experience guy is going to tell you that let's just have one strong color that is going to convey meaning. Convey meaning of, if you want someone to do something, this is what this red is going to look, that's what this red is going to mean. So, for example, if the most important thing is ordering food, then that red button is going to be what maybe cues this person to, I don't know, to know that this is where I need to click and all that, compared to someone that just throws all these colors around. So that is why it's important for you to read. Going back to that example of a graphics designer transitioning into UI, you can design a good user interface, yes, but you actually need that knowledge to know what is going to make this user interface work. That is why you really, really need to read. I'm a person, I like reading, so, and that is why I've managed to reach where I am today, because I read, I learn things, and then I apply them. And then the other thing is, for the tech world, you really just have to experience these things. If you want to learn how to do design applications, look at applications, look at websites. See how people are doing things. See what pisses you off. See what works for you. You're going to pick lessons from such, very, very simple things. Just experiencing them, you see? If you wanted maybe to go into development, writing code and all that, there are two options. You could just go read and then stumble through it somehow, or you could go and look at people's code and then just read through it and see how they're doing things. You see how it works. You see how you can even improve it. So the other thing there is just experiencing these things. And then another thing I could mention is you really need to have like-minded people around you. You want to be a graphics designer, look for graphics designers. You want to be a front-end developer, why are you chilling around guys who are doing agriculture? Like, how are they helping you? You really need like-minded people around you, you see? Yeah. And I think that's it, really.
Thank you so much. Let him also give us his takeouts.
Yes, I think some of the learning parts that could get you in UI UX. So I think when you think about like UI UX, most of you guys might be familiar with this, but these are two different like disciplines. I don't know whether you've come across, how many of you guys have come across a role that says they just need a UI designer? Like, have you come across a job description that says they need a UI designer? Right. So we have someone who has, interfaced with that. So it means that the industry knows that they could be maybe in need of a UI designer and not a UX designer. And, the opposite is also true. So they could need a UX designer. One thing for me I learned, out of experience, it's mostly about understanding what can really be in position first, and that is UI. I don't know, maybe most of you guys, how many of you guys did math in secondary? Wow, we have like
everybody.
Right.
Yo.
So we have some geniuses in the room, right? So there's this like funny formula that I don't remember the formula, but I remember the catchphrase that all squares can be rectangles, but like rectangles can be squares. And yeah, the geniuses proved that it's true. So when you read that to UI UX, in most cases, like when you look at the theme of today, UI where there's no UX, and the flip side is also true. In most cases, you can be a good UI designer and be a terrible, UX designer and still really survive in the industry. That's why we have like different jobs, like looking for those kind of people. So for me, like one learning path that I can recommend is if you really suck at design, you need to start off with the UI side of things. I know like you'll be on Twitter and they will tell you like what someone told you right here, that UX is important, but if you're a beginner, you don't want to overload yourself with these two domains, because UX is full of people's skills, and if you're stuck on your desk in a room, it's going to be hard for you to learn all these people's skills right away. But what you can really improve first is the UI, because when you look at the path, the projection, you're going to get into UX eventually. And it's going to be hard for you to start off the other way around unless you have a degree or something. Because I've seen like amazing designers who work, say, at Google, and they are just UX designers. Like all they do is research, right? So that means they have a unique background that really complements them to sit in a position where they don't design interfaces, but then they do, the user research. So if you're starting up, I think that is a good way to penetrate. This might be like a joke, but like the second option would be really learning people's skills. And
a clap for that one.
it goes without saying, like if you guys ever been at a coffee shop, like How many of you guys have screamed to a waiter for a delay or bad order or something like that? You ask for a different brand and then this guy shows up. Maybe, let me use this example. I think it has happened to you ask for a task come out and then they bring you Taskalaga, right? So in that instant, like what should, the waiter with this weird face and you extremely really pissed and then you either tell them like, give them the feedback that I asked for the other thing. Now, when you look at the way they handle you, because they know it's out of frustration and they don't be mean and they go change and bring you a different, a product. Now, when it comes to this, as a practitioner in the UX world, you're gonna meet users who will tell you, this app is terrible, right? And the best thing you can do, don't worry about like the 8 hours you spend working on this button or this flow or prototype. Once a user says that, the best thing you need to really dig in and try to empathize with their situation and not try and like be rude that they don't understand design. Because like all designers say this when a non-designer comments. They feel like you don't know nothing, about design, so you cannot comment whether the design is terrible. So for me, I think like people's skills are quite important. Like if there's one thing you need to really, if you're gonna go, get a waiting, job and start waiting tables, that could like really give you some stretch. You have a degree, then start waiting some tables, and then you start like talking to people, interacting with people, and it's 100% no joke. Like when you see the people work in like the service industry, these are the best user experience designers. Because like every detail is important. Like if you've been at Cafe Javas, like even a slight mistake, they try to make a user happy. So I think for me, people skills and maybe kicking off with UI design could go a long way.
Let's add communication to that. How we communicate also matters if we're doing the user experiences. Yes, please.
Okay, also just a point that, because he mentioned something about not overloading yourself, I just wanted to maybe just highlight on, in short, just how my career has come to be right now. So can I say a few years ago as an agriculture engineering student, and then, well, I always knew I liked computers, you see, so I started getting into the field. I wanted to do code, so I went in there straight. I started learning how to code. I did an outbox course. I finished the course, but somewhere along there, I realized, yes, this code works, but these things look ugly. Like, no one buys what you have behind because they cannot see that. They want to see what is at the front, and it has to look nice. So, because again, maybe you could say tech geeky, I started doing design. That was, at that point in time, I was doing PowerPoint. And somewhere along the way, I meet my guy, Jason. Jason puts me onto the Adobe tools. You see, so learning those tools, learning how to design things, and then transitioning later on into UI UX. And as I do UI UX, I start to realize everything that I was doing wrong when I was writing my code. It starts to open things up for me. And you see now, when I look back at how I've come up, I think, what if I concentrated first on graphics design? And then I just came on coming up, slowly just following through the steps. Maybe right now, I wouldn't even be in this room, and I'll probably be in another country or something. But yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of time there that was wasted because I was trying to take on something so huge at the start. But what if I had actually broken it down into smaller steps? You see, I would have moved faster. I would be maybe even a better developer and designer than I am today. So it really needs you to sit down, plan your things out, put your goal ahead. What do you want to do? And then just follow the steps. Do not worry about what other people are doing. I mean, you're just trying to learn how to design, and someone has just posted their case study. I mean, you do not know what they have gone through to reach where they are. You see, it might discourage you, but you really do not know what they have gone through to reach where they are. So you really just need to look at your path, concentrate, and take your time. Eventually, you get there.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. We'll take 2 questions from the audience, and then we'll close. Okay.
What's up? I wanted to ask, yeah, you said that when you're designing, yeah, if one user is like, this looks, doesn't look nice, you should go back and what? Reiterate. Now, what about the position where, because let's say your app, your design is used by millions. If one user says they don't like it and use it for that one user, that means you change it for all the other users as well. So is it would it be better to first aggregate data and know that this is how this user feels, or you create different sections for different users, or you just work for the majority?
Right. Yeah, I think that's a good one.
Can we take them both and then we can
Yeah.
answer? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. UI where there's no UX. I had a thought, and I want to hear what your experience or thoughts are about it. So, almost every day I hear someone telling me, "Oh, I want to build an app for farmers or for teachers," because there's a lot of hype in the tech industry. So everyone wants to build an app, build a website, build a platform, and to me it seems like there's so much focus on user interfaces and less focus on the actual solution that you're solving or the actual experience. That's the first thing that struck me with UI where there's no UX. So I'd like to know what you think the effects are of that mindset, and also maybe your experience.
Let's answer those in the next 5, and then we can go to the next session.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I'll do one, and someone also does the other one. So I think about the situation where you trying to conduct research and you've put together like maybe about like a couple people to test your product. Usually, I would say like the odds would say that it's best to go in with at least a good sample space, like say 5 people. So what you shouldn't do is in a scenario where you have like one user saying the app is terrible, then you shouldn't force your synth. Most of you guys are familiar. I think Jason and the guys here are familiar with the synthesizing with your research. Essentially, what like a synth means, I think it comes from a Latin word that means put together. So when you do all these discoveries, like 4 users say the opposite, and one comes off like on the other side saying that the product is terrible, usually you want to analyze all of them without bias that maybe this guy is an outlier. Then respect, of course, the research, whatever it says. And the odds would be still, if the 4 people relate, then that's mostly the insight you're going to go with, right? Now, I think one thing about like that question is like in a scenario where I have like 4 people saying the same thing, and maybe one user answers your call, because in most cases like there's this bias. I think it's called like I don't remember the exact word, but like it's validation. Like a designer wants a user to tell them something they want to listen to. You know what I mean? And all designers have experienced that, where you feel like all I have to do is like put it in front, but I don't want them to give me honest feedback. I want this kind of feedback. So I think what you shouldn't do is like when 4 people says that the product is not really showing up for them, is you respect the research and say, okay, then let's go back to the drawing board, right? So I don't know whether that helps, but essentially like we've all experienced it, where you have that one guy, but like if the 4 people relate, then even if he's CEO, maybe like in the Musk scenario where he owns Twitter, then you have to work with him. But yeah, I think that's the best way I can answer that question. Thanks.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for our guests today. How amazing it has been to learn from all of you. Sam and Paul are available for the rest of the day. If you want to interact, if you want to learn more, if you have all those questions that you left. Oh, he has one more question, and then he'll be our last person to ask. Oh, you didn't get the answer. Okay. Okay, so he wants you to ask again. Perhaps we all missed it.
Okay, so regarding UX where there's no UI, I was just thinking about the fact that so many people are focused on building products, building apps, building websites, people focus so much on the interface, and there's less focus on the actual solutions or experiences that they're coming up with. And I gave the example of, we all hear people telling us, oh, I have this app idea. I want to build an app that does this, build an app for farmers. And I just want to thought on that mindset, or like what you think the effects are of that kind of mindset. Yeah.
So my thinking is, if you're going to try and make a product and then you just go straight into the UI, well, unless you're lucky, I think you're setting yourself up for failure. Yeah, so the research, or what we're going to do in the user experience, which is the first step, is always going to be research. There are a lot of things that you're probably going to do if you go straight into the UI that might be avoided if you just spend some time on the user experience. I'm going to give you an example of maybe e-commerce applications. E-commerce. So there's going to be a case of, yes, I mean, you're a really good UI designer. You make your whatever, your designs, you say, this person has to come. They have to, maybe you make your screens in such a way that if this person is going to use this application to order something, they have to first come and create an account. But you're going to forget that a lot of the people that come to your application the first time are just explorers. They're not exactly coming to do, to buy, you see? So if I'm going to come and I'm finding all these forms of manual first sign up, and it's just disturbing me, yet I just want to see the products that you have in your application, you see? So if someone does the research, they're probably going to find out that what I need to do first is to display what I have to these people. And then after that, when they fill up their cart, and that's when I'm going to try and extract this information for them, because I need it to, say for example, I need their location to know where to bring the food or where to bring the clothes. Compared to a scenario where I'm just coming onto the application and the thing is asking me for my location. Like, boss, what do you want my location for? I'm just here to see your application. Yeah.
Okay, and we wind up the session right now. Please, let's clap for Paul and Sam. We'll go into a short music break, and then we'll go into the last session of the morning. And then we just look forward to having more. Tandeka says lunch, yes, but then more conversations in the afternoon. Thank you so much for attending this session. My name is Rachel again. Please reach out if you have any questions and comments, and also please access this gentleman.
continue. It's been a long day, darling. I cannot wait to be with you. Seems the whole world is getting colder. So I'm glad that the day is over. When I'm home, you pull me closer. Let me put my head on your shoulder.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're back. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. We're back. Spaceporters, how many of you wake up every morning and you don't feel like waking up sometimes? That's me. Sometimes. And then you find out that it's a result of either what you did in the previous night or what you're worried about that you're supposed to deliver on that previous day. Or even just general malaise of, man, I'm tired. I don't want to wake up today. And some of the causes of that could also be mental. How are we taking care of our mental health as creative designers? I've worked with agency before. I've worked with agency in the last 6 years. Different agencies, different countries. I have friends who are creative designers, UI UX. And for you to function in this space, you actually must have a way of dealing, right? Now, you wake up one morning, you don't want to wake up. There's a lot of work, there's client demands, there's also your boss. Those who are freelancing are doing more than 2 gigs. Are like, oh man, I have to deliver these, and every one of them has deadlines, right? How are you protecting your mental health? How are you making sure that with this money, you said money comes first, right? Okay, you're chasing the money, but then how are you staying sane? And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a hand clap for our next speaker, Angela. Please have a seat. So let's talk about our health and how we can protect it. Talk about how to stay sane as creative designers. Let's talk about and making sure that we do not down in the process of creating or delivering. I would like to introduce Angela. Do her the honors. Let her tell us what she does. Let her tell us why she's here, and also we are spaceporting, ladies and gentlemen, today.
Thank you, Rachel. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Like that. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angela Lawino. I am a psychologist. I work with a center that offers psychosocial support, rehabilitation, and the ETCs of mental health. Yeah, I think that is my introduction.
So, Angela, people in this room are all creatives, and we know how, in the different aspects of our work, what mental health means. For your effectiveness, for your delivery, for you to even perform, you must be mentally sane. Yes. Now, I gave just one example of waking up in the morning and you don't feel like waking up. But then there is more to that, okay? And I just want to ask, I want this to be very conversational, or maybe before we go into the questions, who has any interactions, any concerns, any gaps, anything that they would like to know from Angela right now about mental health before we go into the questions that we designed? Let's hear from the team. I'll randomly pick, and I know we all go through some mental health issues, right?
I would want to know what's ideal, what's the ideal mental health state of a creative anywhere.
We didn't get your name, please.
I'm Cynthia. I'm a copywriter at Elevate.
Tandeka, you come and we MC together. Okay, so are you any other one? Can I take 2 or 3 and then we can start off the conversation? Like,
I want to know why according to research and through personal experience, I don't know, most victims of mental meltdowns are usually creatives, like graphic designers, painters, what of sorts. I don't know what advice you can give them or what, how should they, most victims of mental health are usually creatives.
I'm just curious to know what kind of warning signs I should look for to know whether my mental health is not okay. Because with physical health, it's a bit obvious. I have a headache, I have a weird rash. But then for mental health, what exactly should I look at as a warning sign to get help or something?
Okay, so I agree. We tend to be on the rise, especially nowadays, the victims of mental health. And then we want warning signs. So one more.
As a psychologist, are you okay? Just as a holistic.
Great energy in the room today.
Sorry, I had stepped out a bit, but so my question might be a bit general, but it's or maybe you previously covered it, but it's like, as like a creator or designer, we tend to have a lot of workload. Lots of people look for us. People look for us like with like, yo, I need this done in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. But like, how can we like, because that's frustrating. That's where most of my problems come from. It's like, I have a lot of things to do, right? And like, sometimes your mom wants a flyer, but then your employer wants you to redesign something also, and then it's like, you don't want to be a designer, you know? You're just like, man, I wish I didn't know how to do stuff. So how do we deal with that?
Okay, wow, right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is quite similar to Hakim's, and for me, it comes to a point of it breeds communication anxiety. That you get a call, and you want to say the truth, but there's a of and then it sort of like disturbs your head that you can't even create because there's this stress and anxiety from everyone.
Thank you. Very, very great. What a way to start this conversation. Okay.
I just I just wanted to get your thoughts on imposter syndrome and how to cope with it.
So allow me to start, and then let's get into the rest of the questions after. From what it looks like, we all understand what mental health is, right? But maybe, Angela, if you just kindly, okay, let's look at the symptoms. Because I feel like for you to give it a thematic breakdown would mean that you'd have to show people what they're going through for them to actually realize that they could be on the verge of a mental breakdown.
So, oh my God, you guys, your questions, there are many. I'll start with the gentleman in the black t-shirt, just to make sure that you guys can trust me, not to think that I am telling lies. I am okay, yeah? I'm okay. I'm okay. So when we talk about mental health, first of all, I just want you guys to know that mental health, when I say mental health, it doesn't have to be bad, yeah? Like you said, physical health, oh, I'm going for a physical checkup. It's not that something is wrong, you're just going for a checkup. But it's different when someone says mental health. Immediately you're like, okay. But mental health is just like your state of mind, yeah? The state of your thoughts, the state of your actions, the state of your behaviors. And it goes in a line, yeah? Your thoughts will affect your actions will affect your behaviors, and through your behaviors, you'll create habits, yeah? So, when you talk about like mental health in terms of how do you know when you're kind of moving off the edge, yeah? So I think I'll start answering the questions in that order. How do you know when you
Tandeka,
are?
be very attentive here.
So What we look at as psychologists is, are you deviating from the norm? Yeah, so obviously there are things that are considered. For example, Tandeka's stressors might not be Hakim's stressors. Yeah, so a situation where Hakim would, I'm sorry, I'm going to use the names of people that I know. So if you just see a Yoka name flying around, yeah, so Hakim and Tandeka, your names are going to, work.
Disclaimer noted, right?
So, for example, Tandeka and Hakim might go through a very similar situation, but for Hakim, it will cause a breakdown. For Tandeka, it will be like, hey, power through, it's okay. So we all have different levels of resilience. So when we're looking at mental health, we look at it as you as an individual, yeah? So what are your stressors? When you're deviating from the norm is that you are going to have bad days, you're going to have good days. But how many bad days are you having in comparison to your good days? Yeah? So if you're having 10 bad days out of 12 days, something is off, yeah? So you look at it as you as an individual. Yeah, your levels of resilience as people are different. Hakim's workload is going to be very different from Matthew's workload. Yeah, so you take on things differently, and I think that would also, sorry, I'm going to answer the questions, but I'm just going to keep jumping around, so you pick your answer from there. So Hakim had asked about the workload and the balance, yeah? It's, what you can take on as an individual. Just because Hakim can do 10 projects and does not mean that you can do 10 projects at the same time. So what can you do optimally? Remember, at the end of the day, you're trying to make sure that the work that you deliver is quality work, is good work. You're trying to make sure that the clients that you have become returning clients. You're trying to make sure that the clients that you have are clients that are going to recommend you to other people. But that's not going to happen if you listen, everyone else in do you guys call them companies or firm or practice? What do you guys call what do they call them? Agency, yeah? So everyone in the agency is taking on about 10 minimum projects, and me, I'm here, I can only do 5. What would that look like? But you see, you have your 5, and when you do your 5, when you submit them, no one can find an error. But these guys have their 10, and they're constantly getting the, could you redo, could you redo, could you redo? Yeah? So it's like, take on what you're able to do optimally, able to do to the best of your ability. Yeah? And being honest, I saw a video sometime, I think it was circulating, that was talking about you have, I think, 3 types of customers or something. Then you have a customer who wants good work, but they want it in a short period of time. So that is going to, are they able to pay a fee that way you can be like, listen, I'm going to do this good work in a short period of time, and this person is going to pay me a good amount of money for it. So you have short period of time, good work. You have short period of time, dodgy work. Then you have long period of time, good quality work. So you get to that understanding with your client. And you say, listen, you've given me this project today. Today is Thursday. You've given me this project today. But you want it on Saturday. I can guarantee you that it's not going to be my best work. There's that honesty. The thing is, you try to take on something and you're trying to show you are, can I call it overselling yourself? Yes, you have the ability to do good work, but you need time to do good work. So you sit down with your client and you're like, okay, so you want this in a short period of time. I can guarantee you that it's not going to be the best work. But if you give me this number of days, you will get a good product. You will get a good service. Yeah? And it's you being honest with yourself. You know very well that you do your things very slowly. Yeah? Very, very slowly. But you're telling someone that you can do the work in 2 days. Why are you lying? Why are you lying? Yeah? Be honest with yourself. And that comes with understanding yourself, understanding how you work. Yeah. Some of us have a bit of anxiety as we work and a bit of a sort of perfectionist thing. Yeah. Especially as creatives, you're making sure that every single detail, there's that attention to detail in the work that you're doing. Yeah. So that means that you're not going to be able to do it in a short duration of time because you know yourself. There's that awareness of self. Yeah. So I hope I've tapped a bit on his.
As she looks, please pace yourself. Yeah, that's the takeout for this one.
Warning signs when you're not okay. So warning signs when you're not okay is, first of all, there's something that we call anhedonia, which is before your work would excite you. Like you just be ready to get into office and just take it on. All of a sudden it's like, bro, I don't want. Like today, let me have switch off my phone and then I'll tell guys that they stole my phone and then I was, or I forgot it in the car and they went with it. And so you just kind of get to that place where your work no longer excites you. Usually it's not because you want to change fields. No, that one where it's like, you know what, this one, dead end, I want to and be a banker or something. But the one of, there's like as if maybe what I can call a block. You've just hit a wall in your work. There's something that we do. So where I work, we have a rehabilitation center as well. And you find that many times you have a client who is doing really, really well in their journey of recovery. And then all of a sudden, their attitude will just change. So you have someone who was attending sessions, someone who was organizing, even leading, even mobilizing people at the center to go for sessions, and all of a sudden, they're not interested. So what happens is they hit a cognitive wall in their minds, and that kind of removes them from their interest in their journey of recovery. So what happens at the center when a client reaches that point is we leave them. So no one is going to chase after them of go for sessions, go do this, because we understand that they have just hit a wall and they need time to pick up. Yeah? So in this case, it's that you just need time to kind of cognitively restructure yourself and then get back to your work. Yeah? So that is one of the warning signs. Another warning sign is substance use. Yeah. So I've said it like that because it's usually a very sensitive topic. Yeah, very sensitive, a bit of a sensitive thing. Yeah. But if you find that before you had the ability to do your work, so because many people in the creative industry work a lot on as if that kind of inspiration, like you're trying to drive something from, the first one to do an art piece, that, things like that. But there's a lot of concentration, a lot of attention to detail, so when you find that you're struggling with that, you're very likely to go down the route of stimulants, something to kind of keep you there. So I'll use an example again of someone at the center. There's someone at the center who started using meth to kind of give them, I tell you guys, don't go and start also using the things to do that. Just an example. So they started using meth to kind of just help them concentrate. So when they used meth, they would be able to sit on their computer for up to 12 hours, no sleep. Just 12 hours on the computer doing their work. They'd have no sleep for about a week. So after they do their work, they would go into a season of weed and then sleep and then get up. So they were just in a cycle. So when you see yourself beginning to struggle with your attention and then having the ideas of substance use, yeah? Something is, yeah? So just kind of checking yourself and seeing where your mind is at when it comes to the work and your personality, things like withdrawing from people, yeah.
So maybe to interrupt you there a bit, are we together? So there's two things also, Angela, and it's substance use and also substance abuse. And I think people here, or even the creatives, need to understand that neither of them is actually sustainable for your mental health.
Oh, yes. So substance use, substance abuse. So there's substance use, substance dependence, and substance abuse, actually. So when we talk about substance use, it's that you are using this substance. It's not that you're addicted. It's not that even a social drinker is a substance use person because you're using the substance. Substance is now what we see a lot in creatives. Is someone is a DJ and they need to put together a set. So they use a drug to kind of just so that they see the music moving in the air like this as they create their playlist, yeah? So so when they are not doing that, they are not using, yeah? You get that? So when not doing that work that requires them to use a substance, they're not using. So basically, if I don't get any gigs to DJ or to design or anything in 2 months, I won't use. But if I have a month where I have gigs back to back, I'm going to use back to back. Then there's substance abuse where you are using the drug constantly. You have as if a craving, an urge to use the drug at all times. So when the drug is not in your body, you feel the need to kind of refill and refill and refill. Yeah? So yes, substance use, dependence, and abuse.
Thank you for clarifying on that one. Are they done? All the questions? And then we can go into two more. We can go into the questions that we had actually prepared for her. Yeah. So imposter syndrome next.
Yes. So imposter syndrome was asked by Hakim. Can someone? No. But sorry, Hakim's name is lost in the head. Sorry. So Sean, yeah. Sean, do you mind explaining to everyone what imposter syndrome is?
The definition is in the word itself. When you're doing work and you feel like such an imposter, you're constantly comparing yourself to other people, and it gets detrimental to a point where you feel like you can't reach a point. You can't reach that point that other people are doing. You feel like you're not good enough to do what you're doing, yet you're actually extremely qualified to do what you're doing.
I think every creative has some kind of imposter syndrome. Not just creative, but even people in the communications space, the CEOs that I know, right?
I think actually, so what I wanted to say is another application of imposter syndrome, yeah? It can be when you get to a point in your life where you really feel like you don't deserve what you have. And you're like, who am I to have gotten here? Why do I deserve what I have so far?
So, yes, Angela.
Thank you. So yes, that is what imposter syndrome is. That is basically what imposter syndrome is. It's that you feel like either you are not good enough to be where you are, or you're kind of like a fraud. Like, are you really, like, you get like a big gig, you're doing the design work for like NSSF. Okay, I don't know if that's like I don't know if that's a big gig.
Coca-Cola.
For Coca-Cola, for UBL, yeah? And you feel like, oh my God. But then at the same time, you're like, but wait, I've just been in the field for 1 year. What do I know, guys? Da, 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 da. And the thing about imposter syndrome is because it's affecting your thoughts, it's affecting the quality of work that you produce. So because you're telling yourself that you are not good enough to be in the space that you're in, you end up finding yourself creating work that is not good enough. So what happens is, even the work that you produce, people will tell you, oh, but this has so many mistakes. And then you'll go back and then you're like, you see, I knew it, I'm not. So it becomes a cycle. So the thing about imposter syndrome, first of all, is comparison is the biggest thing about imposter syndrome. You are comparing what was done before to what you're doing now. You're comparing the experience of someone else to your experience. You're comparing the way that you create to the way someone else creates. Because you have a sort of can I call it a benchmark or something? So we all have people that we look up to when we say, I want to paint like this, I want to recite poetry like this, I want to do video like this, I want to design like this. There's someone that you're looking at. And when you're doing your work, you are subconsciously trying to make your work look like this person's work, not like copy paste, but there are ideas about their work that you like. It could be the way that they blend colors, or the way that but is blending colors what you do? just to make sure, is it? The way that they do like the abstracts and the lines, or the way that they write, yeah? Like there's like a way they use satire, or things like or things like that, yeah? And that is what you want to see in your work. So because you're comparing, and this person has been in the field for probably what, 20 years? You Bambi, you just started writing like 6 months ago, but you want to write like someone who has been writing for. So there's that comparison. So the first thing about imposter syndrome is you have to learn to kind of judge and rate yourself as an individual. So it's, am I growing? When I look at the work that I did 6 months ago, is it similar to the work that I'm doing now? Has it grown? Is it richer in content? Is it richer in abstract or those things, yeah? Is it richer? So you're comparing with yourself, not with someone else, yeah? The other thing about imposter syndrome is it's all in your mind. It's all in your mind, and it's what you're feeding yourself. So that means you have to get to the place where you're like, listen, when the thought comes, now here we'd get into a conversation of thought reconstructing, yeah? I'm sorry, you guys, I feel like I'm doing like a individual session with so many people, but would get into a place of thought reconstruction. And this works for so many things. This works for self-doubt. This works for imposter syndrome. This works for low confidence. This works for all those things. Yeah, you see, you have a thought that is telling you that the work is not good enough. But is it true? Is it true that the work is not good enough? Has someone else told you that the work is good? Has someone else told you that you do good work? By the time you got employed, by the time you got that gig, that means that your work is good. Yeah? So you have to remind yourselves. There's something that I keep on repeating everywhere I go, which is your brain does not know true from false. Your brain knows what you tell it. And whenever when you constantly put in negative information or a negative thought to kind of agree with a negative attitude that you're having, you're strengthening it in your mind. So you're strengthening. It's like, I'll give an example of something like depression. Depression doesn't just start of 0 to 100. Like you wake up one day and then you're just like, whoop, clinical, severe. No, yeah? It goes through a process. But what's happening is the thought of sadness, the thought of unworthiness, the thought of, there's a neural pathway that you are strengthening until it gets to the point where it's like very thick, very firm, yeah? So the same thing with your thoughts. With thoughts of you're not good enough, you shouldn't be there. When thoughts like that come, it's very important for you to break them down, to deconstruct them. So that means you are going to tell your brain what the fact is, yeah? If your work was not good enough, you would not be where you are. So the fact is that your work is good. It might not be as good as you want it to be, but it is good, yeah? So you have to keep telling yourself that. And if you have work was deemed bad, the presenters who spoke about, you create an app and they tell you it's bad. If it's bad, it's bad. You can make another one, yeah? So there's that thing of just knowing, is it good? Have people said it's good? Have there people whose opinions count? Because we are maybe 30 or so people here. Not everyone is going to like what you do. But there are people whose opinions matter. There are people who you know that if this person says it's not good, it's not good. But if this person says it's not good, or you're a hater, like it's okay, he'll be fine, yeah? So it's important for you to know those things. And if this person says, you know what, it needs correction here, that's the fact. Go correct and then come back. If the person says it's good, then you have something to come back and tell your thought, it's good. It's good and it's good. And then the other thing about imposter syndrome that it has the ability to do is to cause you to just stop. So basically just stop working because you're so afraid of putting out work that is not good. So you usually go to the comparison of, I'd rather not have anything than have bad work, yeah? But you see, if you're not doing anything, you're not growing. If you're not doing anything, you have nothing to compare to. If you're not doing anything, you have nothing to use as a benchmark for your growth. So that means put it out. Is it bad? Is it good? Put it out. If it's bad, you grow. If it's good, you grow. You celebrate, but you grow. So at the end of the day, there's no loss. At the end of the day, you win. So it's just fighting your thoughts. It's fighting your thoughts, basically. Fighting your thoughts.
Thank you. So let's do one exercise before we move forward. Let's stand up, everybody. Let's come up with a mantra for the Spaceporters today. Before we move on to the other questions, and this is mainly for our mental health. Spaceporters, creatives, and everyone, even if you're watching us online, you're just going to affirm with me, you are worthy. In unison. Let's exercise. Say it happily, say it, believe it, because even after this place, no. It actually has to come from within you, right? So before you say anything else, just say, I am worthy. Okay. I am worthy. You need to believe it. For it to actually work, you must tell it to yourself every morning before you move. Like, I am worthy. Let's go, guys. I am worthy. I belong in this space. And I'm going to be the best version of myself today. Now, leave this room, I'm going to ask you to say it again. And then tomorrow morning again, because that's how we protect our mental health while we're going through all kinds of work that we're doing. I am worthy in this space, and I'll be the best version of myself today. Let's continue, Angela. Thank you, guys. Okay. Yeah, so after going through all these exciting questions and the session, I like it because everyone relates to what we're talking about. Angela, maybe if you would advise, are there any support for mental health, for creatives or for anyone out there that they can join? Because we are casually talking about this right now, but it's actually very, very crucial to our performance, to how we function as creatives, to how do we stay sane. So please recommend communities, spaces, support groups, anything that's going to help us stay sane and stay away from substance abuse and use, and also be the best version of ourselves in our creative spaces.
Do you guys have communities? But Spaceport is a community, but so I think the communities that I know, if you are a writer, if you are a poet, if you are those things, creative arts, I think. Are the writers creative arts, I think? Yeah, so those ones who write, they have a thing. You can join a community that meets at Sankara, Pan-African Library. Yeah, I think it does once a month or something. But that's a community that you can join because that's a community of writers. That's a community of people who enjoy literature. Yeah. If you do music, poetry, and things like that, you can join Tandeka. Yes, the thing that happens. No. The thing that happens at once a month at the thing that we went for. Expressions. Yes, so Expressions is a good community for people who do the poetry and the spoken word and all those things. So that's a place that you can join. So take guys, design, UI, UX, yeah? do you guys have a community? Do you guys have a community? So it's also important for you guys to form communities for yourselves. But something that I can say about communities is communities are they're very important and they're very helpful. But there's something that you have to do when you get into the community to benefit from the community. So it's possible for you to feel like, okay, so this space and this craft is a bit lonely. And then you're like, I need a community, I want to get into a community. And then you get into a community and you're still feeling lonely. Because you don't just get into the community and then sit. No, you have to get into the community and then engage with the community in order to get the help that you need within the community. So I think Tandeka with the Elevate, Create, Wape, I want to make sure that I say all the guys, yeah? So Mobicast, so with something like this is a community. This is the start of a community. But it's up to you guys to utilize the community that has been created for you. Of you don't just come here, sit, attend, then go. You come here, sit, interact, meet people. The previous presenter said, you're doing front end. What are you doing with guys who do agriculture? They don't understand your problems, yeah? They don't. But if you have guys who know, like when you tell them, guys, this is my challenge at the moment. These are people who can be like, hey, send me that project and I have a look at it and I see what feedback I can give you. But someone who does farming is just going to be like, man, even me, my machinery broke down. So what are you going to do about their machinery? Nothing. Yeah? So it's like, yeah, but build those communities, and then I think I've given the communities that I know of.
Wow, thank you so much. Angela is here for the rest of the day, guys. You can just go to her personally, interact. But then let's add to our jargons for today. Who remembers that feeling that you meet in the morning before waking up? I got the name. I just want to see how sharp we are. That feeling of not wanting to do anything, and you're just there. The creative juices have literally died.
Hey, you weren't paying attention.
Okay, they were. It was a very hard word.
Okay, you remember the first letter.
Very attentive.
Hey. At least you've gotten the last vowels. I'll give you that. So we have the first letter and the last vowel.
So finally, I know how that feeling is called. So thank you, Angela, for making this very insightful. And then also take out...
Anhedonia.
Yeah. So you can go Google about it. Ahe, please make it clear, even for the online audience.
Oh, so the feeling is anhedonia. Right. Anhedonia.
Yeah. Now we know what it's called. Can we Google it and know how to curb it and get better? So key takeouts for today: pace yourself, meet mentors, accept them, and hang out with your tribe. It's been Angela, guys. Thank you so much for the afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, we break off. Another hand clap, please. Music interlude, please, as we go for lunch. And then we come back for the afternoon sessions. Thank you.
to the mirror. It's your grace I see. It's your mercy I see. For I sing all my life. I don't deserve it, Lord. Yes, I don't deserve it, Lord. You love me, see. How I love you, Lord. I don't deserve it, Lord. Yes.
Binyazi sola awusori mani benjala ungaze wabakholwa bebathi angenandaba ini my love tela svela sale phansi vela sixazulule lo daba baningi barong bathingle endingla ngicela sixazulule lo daba binyazi sola awusori mani benjala ungaze wabakholwa bebathi angenandaba ini my love tela svela sale phansi vela sixazulule lo daba baningi barong bathingle endingla ngicela sixazulule lo daba.
Sikhuluma bondaba
Taratana Lile Singisile Amanga Poa Pogile We My love you we Before Gupale Olamuthanda ngifuningalo Olamuthanda ngifuningalo Olamuthanda uhlala ngalo yebo leso isethembiso Lile Singisile Amanga Poa Pogile We My love you before Gupale Olamuthanda ngifuningalo Olamuthanda ngifuningalo Olamuthanda uhlala ngalo yebo leso isethembiso Baya bayasikhuluma bondaba Kalile, 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 kalile bayasikhuluma bondaba Kalile, 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 kalile bayasikhuluma bondaba Kalile, 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 kalile bayasikhuluma bondaba
Isibika kuendani Sigeleli miniza Kama hivi andinayo Endingangena kuyo Ibane ngoma Tembalimbi andinalo Endingabambalo na Abayimbi andinayo Uwe isembala Shamana zinzizio Isibika kuwe
Kuba sofi ba tubudis 100 tawa ke kolotis President ke politik Bukta genge na li focalist Nango te subampil Ala ko jo flope Yena aya queen Madomani atotowi Balaba feva balabe mowe 1+8 kibia moye Business class as economy I know you hambe moyen Oh yeah, anyway They are my enemy Ngenja plan is a dick Come me mali na win Why you get so Orunya kamahadi Why you linai Why you get so Orunya kamahadi Why you linai One to level, kick goes Give me one to silhouette Man to man, new to me, let it go. Fella everywhere. One to level, kick goes. Give me one to silhouette. Man to man, new to me, let it go. Fella everywhere.
Paranoia. Mano para walloy. Aquí. Utume coño. Why wanna for un montuane? Why wanna for spansane? Tell me Lord boy. Change your style. Paranoia. Mano para walloy. Aquí. Utume coño. Why wanna for un montuane? Why wanna for spansane? Tell me Lord boy. Change your style.
Take the tank say woman copy my shit about police hukum sepito take the tank say about connect but I the pet to check the best rate you take the tank say woman copy my shit about police hukum sepito take the tank say about connect but I the pet to check the best rate I never thought about that come on way take the tank say about connect but I the pet to check the best rate you take the tank say woman copy my shit about police hukum sepito I never thought about that come on way you take the tank say 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 Paranoia. Mano para walloy. Aquí. Mashi abopuli ukum swepito Take di tankate abakone Bachaya di petro che le pessere Take di tankate umankope Mashi abopuli ukum swepito Take di tankate abakone Bachaya di petro che le pessere Never doro wataka mangwe Doro wataka mangwe Doro wataka mangwe Doro wataka mangwe Take di tankate abakone Bachaya di petro che le pessere Take di tankate umankope Mashi abopuli ukum swepito Never doro wataka mangwe Doro wataka mangwe Doro wataka mangwe Doro wataka mangwe Take di tankate Take di tankate Take di tankate Take di tankate Take di tankate
sobabili siyathandana singamathenolimi iyo awethina sobabili siyathandana singamathenolimi iyo awethina sobabili siyathandana singamathenolimi iyo awethina sobabili siyathandana njengamathenolimi we from isuka lenjalo ngicala ukukubona ngavele ngasangana ngathi uye lona umaqondana wami angiyasifela ngawe yabona umuntu akunemali eningi thina amashada siye Paris njengopixel silinamening shade of drops vala marketing thina amashada siye Paris njengopixel silinamening yabona umuntu akunemali eningi shade of drops vala marketing yabona umuntu akunemali eningi thina amashada siye Paris njengopixel silinamening shade of drops vala marketing thina amashada siye Paris njengopixel silinamening yabona umuntu akunemali eningi shade of drops vala marketing uyalona 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 yabona umuntu akunemali eningi thina amashada siye Paris njengopixel silinamening shade of drops vala marketing thina sinamashada siyeperis njengopixel siyinyameni yabona umuntu wakunemaleni straight off the salamaketi yabona umuntu wakunemaleni sinamashada siyeperis njengopixel siyinyameni straight off the salamaketi sinamashada siyeperis njengopixel siyinyameni yabona umuntu wakunemaleni straight off the salamaketi Zabare, zabare, zababa, oh, so, oh, 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 yeah, 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 oh, yeah, zabara, babara, oh. Sinamashada siyeperis njengopixel siyinyameni shade of drops fala marketing sinamashada siyeperis njengopixel siyinyameni yabona umuntu wakunemaleni shade of drops fala marketing yabona umuntu wakunemaleni sinamashada siyeperis njengopixel siyinyameni shade of drops fala marketing sinamashada siyeperis njengopixel siyinyameni yabona umuntu wakunemaleni straight off the salamaketi uyalona 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 yabona umuntu wakunemaleni sinamashada siyeperis njengopixel siyinyameni shade of drops fala marketing sinamashada siyeperis njengopixel siyinyameni yabona umuntu wakunemaleni straight of drops fala marketing uyalona 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 uyalona
Come here, bros, yeah. So baby, come baliere, come tiki, come here, baby, come up, baby. Just
designer, but she do me something that I know. See my body like your wine, but she do me something that I know. She don't want Gucci designer, but she do me something that I know. They like your wine, but she do me something that I know. I go loco, kiniacha mimi, I go solo. Bezi lako tam 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 tam, chumani ma sham 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 sham. I go loco, kiniacha mimi, I go solo. Bezi lako tam 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 tam, chumani ma sham 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 sham. Masoko, makoko, tupige koko, kwa mkoko, iyo soko. Makoko, masoko, 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 makoko, tupige koko, kwa mkoko, iyo soko. Makoko, masoko, masoko. A DJ, dinsilema, a dinsilema, a DJ Wessel, a dinsilema, a DJ Monte, some dinsilema, a DJ Man Popo, 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 dinsilema, a DJ Man Popo, 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 dinsilema, a DJ, dinsilema, a dinsilema, a DJ Wessel, a dinsilema, a DJ Monte, some dinsilema, a DJ Man Popo, 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 dinsilema, a DJ Man Popo, 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 dinsilema. She don't want a Gucci designer, but she do me something that I know. See my body like your wine, but she do me something that I know. She don't want Gucci designer, but she do me something that I know. See my body like your wine, but she do me something that I know. I go loco, kiniacha mimi, I go solo. Bezi lako tam 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 tam, chumani ma sham 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 sham. I go loco, kiniacha mimi, I go solo. Bezi lako tam 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 tam, chumani ma sham 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 sham. DJ, dinsilema, a dinsilema, a DJ Wessel, a dinsilema, a DJ Monte, some dinsilema, a DJ Man Popo, 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 dinsilema, a DJ Man Popo, 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 dinsilema, a DJ, dinsilema, a dinsilema, a DJ Wessel, a dinsilema, a DJ Monte, some dinsilema, a DJ Man Popo, 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 dinsilema, a DJ Man Popo, 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 dinsilema.
Bambe, Bambe, Mkuze, Mkuze, Bambe, Bambe, Mkuze, Mkuze, Bambe, Bambe, Mkuze, Mkuze, Bambe, Bambe. Di out the shop, mina, anando yini, mina, shikana, wonko munto, shikana, bindin, bezalok, bidilla, put the monkey sukella, gokshinjela, mina. Di out the shop, mina, babu, se boom, ye bazokella. Di out the shop, mina, anando yini, mina, shikana, wonko munto, shikana, bindin, bezalok, bidilla, put the monkey sukella, gokshinjela, mina. Out the shop, mina. Goba uzo zisola, uzo zisola, uzo zisola, uzo zisola. Goba uzo zisola, uzo zisola, uzo zisola. Sekufikela ngenyanga khona, sekufikela ngenyanga khona, sekufikela ngenyanga khona. Mkhuzeni, mkhuzeni, ngibambeni, ngibambeni, mkhuzeni, mkhuzeni, ngibambeni, ngibambeni, mkhuzeni, mkhuzeni, ngibambeni, ngibambeni, mkhuzeni, mkhuzeni, ngibambeni, ngibambeni. Out the shop, mina, anando yiningi, mina, ngishikana, wonke umuntu ohlekana mi. Phinde ngibezela bella, kodwa mawungisukela, ngizokushintshela mina. Out the shop, mina, babuze bonke bazokutshela. Out the shop, mina, anando yiningi, mina, ngishikana, wonke umuntu ohlekana mi. Phinde ngibezela bella, kodwa mawungisukela, ngizokushintshela mina. Out the shop, mina. Goba uzozisola, 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 uzozisola. Goba uzozisola, 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 uzozisola. Ngiyabiza thando ngoba unginika lona nhlonipho ephuma kuwe dali ngiyancibilika Njabulo dali unginika amandla isithembiso esami ukuba nawe noma kunzima bazoba baningi abangathandi bazoba baningi abangafundi bazoba baningi abangathandi abangafundi wedani bazoba baningi abangathandi bazoba baningi abangafundi bazoba baningi abangathandi abangafundi batele wena uyintwana yami ininga lami ithemba lami iswiti lami ubambo lwami batele wena uyintwana yami ininga lami ithemba lami iswiti lami ubambo lwami batele wena uyintwana yami ininga lami ithemba lami iswiti lami ubambo lwami batele wena uyintwana yami ininga lami ithemba lami iswiti lami ubambo lwami batele wena uyintwana yami ininga lami ithemba lami iswiti lami ubambo lwami batele wena uyintwana yami ininga lami ithemba lami iswiti lami ubambo lwami batele wena bazoba baningi abangathandi bazoba baningi abangafundi bazoba baningi abangathandi abangafundi wedali bazoba baningi abangathandi bazoba baningi abangafundi bazoba baningi abangathandi abangafundi batele wena uyintwana yami ininga lami ithemba lami iswiti lami ubambo lwami batele wena uyintwana yami ininga lami ithemba lami iswiti lami ubambo lwami batele wena uyintwana yami ininga lami ithemba lami iswiti lami ubambo lwami batele wena uyintwana yami ininga lami ithemba lami iswiti lami ubambo lwami batele wena
out. This soldier me body day. We must enter one nick out. I don't want know anything we go make you kill my ginger. You know she say I'm for real. But you worry, I'm gonna do. Why get down? Oh no 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 no. Why get down? I'm gonna do. Mongolo lawa. Why get down? Oh no 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 no. Why get down? I'm gonna do. Why get down? Oh no 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 no. Why get down? I'm gonna do. Mongolo lawa. Why get down? Oh no 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 no. Why get down?
I've been joke trying making missions around the world. Now I am certain I don't want any other girl. You are one in a million. Bella Kuala, you vibe. Let's have some children. Go look up, go betcha. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Oh no, pull us up. Go betcha. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no.
Let me take you high, yeah. How about we elevate? Your body make me lose it. Man, put away and cruise it. I don't wanna lie, yeah. I get hard, no little bit. Now I'm coming down with the pussy. Change the color, choose it. Ungarili, Sondalagini, Imalinigi, Shabella Lamborghini. Ungarili, Sondalagini, Imalinigi, Shabella Lamborghini. Go look up, go betcha. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Oh no, pull us up. Go betcha. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no.
The manica make you the monica say me unique bow. This soldier me body day. We must enter one nick out. I don't want know anything we go make you kill my ginger. You know she say I'm for real. But you worry, I'm gonna do. Why get down? Oh no 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 no. Why get down? I'm gonna do. Mongolo lawa. Why get down? Oh no 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 no. Why get down? I'm gonna do. Why get down? Oh no 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 no. Why get down? I'm gonna do. Mongolo lawa. Why get down? Oh no 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 no. Why get down?
sala yengini Piki piki wena Sala sala yengini Piki piki wena Sala sala yengini ngapa Esithathe vuta sifike mambisa batabulalo Mafuna swakala Mangabuya swipe esuhamba maphumilanga Wengani wami Speakile awukishwa amabhili sipayendela ifilima ngithi kuyobasiza bangathinti ngithi sespikile awukishwa amabhili sipayendela ifilimi ngithi kuyobasiza bangathinti ngithi yitha possibility ay yitha possibility angithi yitha possibility ay yitha possibility Wena angithi sespikile wena angithi sespikile wena angithi sespikile wena angithi sespikile possibility angithi sespikile angithi yitha possibility angithi sespikile angithi sespikile
Hello, moya,
love you, just know that I will. Only you running through my mind. You get to break the hands of time. Give me you, I'll spend my life with. So don't let me go, I won't let you go. And if my feelings show, don't be uncomfortable. I'll be here for you, never switch on you, baby. Cause it's you that I feel the vibe with. It's you that I feel the vibe with.
Hello? Guys, we're about to start. Guys outside, please come in. We're going to start in the next 5 minutes.
Hello. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Are we back? Good afternoon. Amwadi. Do we remember the mantras? I'm going to be the best version of. Right. Where are the giveaways? We have giveaways for the most attentive people today. He actually gets one already. Jason, I hope you're noting. I'm worthy. I belong to this space. And I'm going to be the best version of myself today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Rachel. Let's go through the next session. I've seen someone with a piano moves. This is a creative space. Let's just, I don't know. Welcome the next session with a few dance moves. I want to recognize the presence of the Tubayo team. Make Tubayo yours. I also want to recognize the presence of the team from the Innovation Village. Thank you for making it. The team from Create, the team from Safe Border, and also a round of applause for the team from Elevate for coming up with this amazing idea. The partners that we have, Wapi, a hand clap for Wapi, please. We're streaming live, and if you cannot make it here physically, you can join us live, and also, can we also applaud Adcast for being there? Yes. So in 1, 2, someone gave us a game earlier. I just want us all to be aligned to the afternoon session before we actually go into the conversations. Volunteer for games, mental, physical, piano, dance moves, creative things people do in the creative spaces. Anybody? Volunteers? Boris, why don't you tell us something? Okay. Now you guys want me to pick randomly, but I won't. So we're going into the afternoon session right now. And can I have the guys who are holding up the space in design and photography? I would like to recognize and also welcome Mr. Ivan Sewaje on stage. Ivan is the brand manager at the Innovation Village. Ivan runs Digimark. And also Ivan is one of the people I've actually worked with and understands and is passionate about what they do. If Ivan says that those colors do not align with my brand, even if you're Tubayo, it will not go online. That's how passionate Ivan is. If Ivan puts focuses on delivering a particular, let me say, concept until it's perfect. We were talking about mental health here in the morning, and we're also talking about perfection and how do we actually release that design. Well, you'll have to go back and watch to learn. But then also I would like to invite Mr. Robert Sebunya. He's the manager and the manager of personalization at Stanbic Bank. Thank you so much for giving us time. Please join the panel. Yes. Can I also have Mr. Nino Jack Jr., a photographer and lead at Agandi Studios. Thank you so much. My bad. Okay. Just give me a minute. Quentin, where are you? And then we can start. Okay, I'm back. I want to apologize for that small. So for this panel session, we have Ivan and, of course, Nino. As we've done it early morning, would you kindly introduce yourself, what you do, where you're from, and why you're here?
Right, I think I'll go first. Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here. My name is Ivan. I work with Motive and Innovation Village. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything more that I'm supposed to add on that. I have worked with Elevate. I've worked with a little bit of Tuvayo. I've shared some advisory here and there. And I've also worked on a little bit on the Spaceport project. So yeah, it's really humbling to see it coming together, this being the first and inaugural event. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nino Jack Jr. Those are my space names. But my real names are Maniere Innocent. I am a photographer and designer. I'm also a team lead at Agandi Studios. We do photography and design, and it's amazing to be here and see young people, designers. Always a pleasure. Looking forward.
Thank you so much. We have a few questions lined up for the both of you. Today we're talking creative spaces. We're talking creativity and entrepreneurship. Today we're spaceporting. We're learning, we're connecting, we're growing, and we're also building community in the digital creative space. So I would actually like to start with Ivan, and you're a designer, a creative designer for that matter. And people get confused most times. Designing, branding, creative works, all these terms and jargons. Today we're learning new words in the different areas of creative works, and we're also putting together a few jargons that we're going to talk about later as a reminder of what we've learned, and also to just affirm. Yeah, so Ivan, I would like to know what's the difference between designing and branding, because let's start from there.
Well, it is one of those miscalculated, miscommunicated concepts. And most of the designers here will agree with me. When it comes to branding, it is never your job as a graphic designer. It's just a small segment of your contribution to it. But branding is rather a general sort of term as regards to the business. The designer only contributes a freckle of that. I would like to have conversations with each of you in terms of where you would like to go. I don't know where are the ladies in the house. It's like a contested space for men. But to go back to the point, the brand in its sense doesn't really mean the colors of Elevate or the colors of Spaceport or the beautiful logo of Spaceport. No, it doesn't mean any of that, but rather a perception of someone. And I rather want to give an example. Everyone brands every day, right? Every single person brands every day. When I walk here without saying a word, you guys are going to live with a stupid idea of who I am. And if I don't speak to you ever, you're going to have that imprinted in your mind for the rest of your lives. So now it becomes my job to change that narrative in your heads to make sure that you have as if a perception that I want you guys to believe. So that is basically branding, the things that I have to do to make you think of me the way I want you to think of me. Okay. Then graphic design would be those things that I deliberately want you to do. If I want to set up a Spaceport event, first I want to figure out what exactly it's going to do for the young people, for the creatives. That on its own, in its sense, is branding. Having that same idea put on paper and then let it go out through different mediums, through writing, through articles, through news wires, whatever it is that you do, then a really beautiful designer or creative guy, lady, or a guy decides to put together what your mind is, and then they break it down into something visually appealing, then that is the graphics element that has been used to tell the brand story. So the idea is branding, one is a subset of the other. You can't live without the graphic designer because they're then going to help you visualize or create your mind, put it in visual aspect. And then the other side, you can't live out with branding. I mean, even if you don't do it, people are still going to say, oh, what's wrong with this brand? Why doesn't it do nice things a certain way? So I don't know if you guys have walked into rooms, probably around your youth times when you are more stinky than other people, and you don't say a word and someone says, damn, you stink, right? If you don't work on that, every single person in the room is going to live with an impression of who the other guy who stinks, right? So that is that's the brand you're leaving behind. But if you walk backwards and say, hey guys, it's just one day that I didn't shower, other days I actually do, right? Then you're like, oh, that's the guy. It's sometimes it doesn't happen, but it's not always like that, right? There's this nice poet we keep on talking about with Rachel. This guy says, you don't have to always speak about yourself because your enemies don't need it, and something around the lines of people you're telling won't believe it, right? If you tell people that, guys, I am actually a clean person, they may not believe it. But if they keep seeing you walking around with a basin, they might believe that you actually shower, right? So the doing is as if the branding, and in the doing, there's an element of graphic design and an element of communications and corporate communications and public relations and so many other things. Then all those things bundled up would create an image that I want you, Boris, to think of me, that I want Nino to think of me, because people perceive information differently. And now that we even have different ways, there's TikTok, there's Reels, it becomes that graphic design just contributes a freckle, but never the top or the cherry on top of the icing. Thank you.
Wow. I think we are getting there to the separation of who is Samuel or Paul as a person, and then what brand is Samuel creating. But then we cannot talk about branding and design, and then we don't talk about photography, because as he says, they are freckles. And if you've seen some of the best brand campaigns, they've actually been brought to life by some of the best photographs in the world. I would like to ask the gentleman about photography, because that's what he does best. So, sir, Mr. Nino, before we even move into the basis of the conversation, what is that one thing you wish you knew before picking a photography career?
One thing. Do I have to say it in a paragraph? Okay. So before I was a photographer, I was trying out design. And I remember we had someone brought a camera to office and nobody was touching it. I'm like, you know what, let me just try it out. And for me, it was when I started to learn photography, I found it very easy, at least because I was learning design, at least the basics of design. So the rules in design about, white space, it can be translated to rule of thirds in photography. The rules about color and contrast and shadows definitely apply the same way in photography. A gentleman joined our team. He's very young, he's a designer, and I told him, you need to just try out photography. If you're a designer, just try out photography. Even if it's phone photography, just try it out. At least from my experience, it was very easy. It's not, if you want to be a designer, most of the time you need like a very heavy computers. I can imagine how many, you know, I can imagine if I'd say everybody pull out your computer and we measure the power of, you know, of the machines, it would be way too heavy. And I was like, you know, photography is you can start with the simplest of things and you just keep growing and growing. The one thing I wish I knew then is like, start right away. It's one of the easiest skills you can learn because everybody has a phone. And to encourage designers here, if you fear photography, Ivan, I know you do. If you fear photography, please, just, even if you don't want to pursue it as a career, I used to, you know, you're designing something and you're trying to look for a particular image to accompany the design. There's a particular feel you want, a particular emotion, but you look at the stock photography, the image you want to pick has already been used. You've seen it on a billboard. You got Unsplash. I'm like, okay, this feels so much foreign. I need something that's here. And I'm sure designers, you've had issues trying to find actually good images. If the project is local, how are you going to find a very good image of something local here without finding something that's in, you know, in Europe or America? And if you just try it and say, okay, we have this project coming, how can I better prepare for it? It can be a bit of a distance away, like I can just go and shoot a picture of these hills and just use it in my project. And you'll be surprised how easy it is, because at studio sometimes we'll be shooting like product photography and the designer has to be around when we are shooting, because even if you're just a photographer and you're not a designer, you'll shoot images. Once you give them to the designer, and designer will be like, but I can't use these, you know. There's no room for me to crop. There's no room for me to put shadows. Like, it's too cluttered. I need something more simple. But if the designer is like at the beginning of when the concept is being made, they can easily tell you that, you know, I've made my mood board, and for me, I feel like take this direction. So as a designer, I think we shall get into it. By the time you want to design something and you want to use images, you're thinking of the kind of images that you want. And I can assure you, if you think of the image that you want, that means you can take it. So my one advice was, it was easy to learn. Yeah.
Can we bring some life to this room, please? A hand clap. So we're talking color, we're talking branding, we're talking, what was that jargon? Typography? What? And mood boards. Okay, so maybe before we move forward, Nino, what do you consider a beautiful photo? And then let's ask. Okay, let's bring some life here. What is a beautiful photo to you?
I would suggest Hakim goes first.
I think for me, it's like one that captures like emotion, you know, like it captures the moment as it happens. You know, when that kid is like washing his hands and like with water, you know, it strikes a different way when the emotion is actually naturally captured. Yeah.
Okay, I think a photo is beautiful if it makes me feel something. So it could be if it makes me feel sad, or if I feel very happy, or if it evokes something in me, then it's a good photo.
I'll summarize that. A photo must capture emotion, from what they say. Now let's hear from the expert. What is a beautiful photo?
I'm not sure I can do better than them, only that I can just can try to explain more of what they are saying. Ideally, photography or taking a photo is about, for example, our eyes right now are taking photographs, you know. They are capturing light and they are recording it, and that's exactly what a camera does. So a camera just does exactly what your eyes are doing. The difference with a photo is that, you know, it's captured and it's frozen, and someone has to later interpret it. I remember when I was starting to learn photography, I used to shoot anything that was, dead, alive, anything, because I was trying to learn all the concepts that I could learn. One of the things I fell in love with was the sunset and the sunrise. So I would take a photo because I'm trying to learn photography, and then go back home, try to edit and look at it. But then again, I would, from those photos I was taking, I tried, somehow the emotion came in me, or the feel of like, but this is so beautiful. Like, how is it that I'm seeing it more beautiful when it's frozen than when it's live happening? Because never before had I ever, sat on the balcony and like watched the sun go down. Everything just felt so natural, It comes every day, it goes. You grew up, you saw it, you've been seeing it all your life, and you've never taken the moment to actually be still and look at the sun go down. So the moment I started to take pictures of the sun, go back home, photographers, because we spend so much time editing a particular image, there's a sense in which you get attached to it because you've been seeing it for so many hours and minutes. So I started looking at the sun in a different way. So there are moments when I would just, one evening or morning, I'm like, I'm just going to take one photo. For the rest of the time, I'm just going to watch the sun go down. And I'll be like, why is the sun so beautiful, man? Like how come I've never seen the sun the way I'm seeing it now? So it's all because I took a photo, and the more time I spent looking at it, the more I realized how actually beautiful it is. Then again, I started shooting portraits, and I remember I started shooting portraits, and I started looking at people differently. It's amazing how me as a portrait photographer, I would look at everybody's face, and I would wonder how we are all so distinct. That every time I would see twins, it would feel like it would even be more miraculous for me. Because when I start looking at everybody, despite all of us having the same features, right? But we are all so different. So the more I started shooting faces, the more you start realizing, slight differences are what just change the identity of someone. I'm not sure if it's branding or then he will sure it's but that process that you go through to actually recognize something because you've taken time to look at it. And for me, that's the beauty of photography. That I remember I used to be in the taxi park, and all I could do in my way going home is look at people's faces, because each face that passes, I would just somehow enjoy how different it is from the other one that I've just seen. That when you take a moment to look at something deeply, you realize how beautiful it is. And for me, that's photography. That each photo, the more time you look at it, at least a beautifully taken photo, the more time you look at it, the more you appreciate the smallest things, the intricate things that you've never noticed. And for me, that's the emotion that comes out of a beautiful photo.
Thank you so much. Now, we're talking beauty, emotions, and how to actually identify beauty in all these creative works that we produce. That is in terms of design and photography. So, Ivan, back to you. I want to find out, and also everyone out there would like to know if designs speak. Can design speak? Ivan.
It's a question I have to sit down and think about. Like I mentioned earlier that design is just a tool to do things, different things. If all came in here and the room was disorganized, that's the first thing you would recognize first. Like, the room is really dirty and so it's disorganized. But then someone comes in and says, let's create 4 rows on the left and 4 rows on the right. Then if you walk back in, you say, oh, the room is now organized. And then you look at another scenario that would be, let's say, this wouldn't be taken as a wedding, right? Yet the next day I can actually come in here and reorganize the entire room to speak to a wedding with almost the same investment, with almost the same materials. We have seats, we have the front side, we have the back side, right? It would be the same almost input, but different outputs. So designs, I would say, depend, the way they speak would depend on the original idea. Guys keep on putting designers in a bubble. These guys are just tools to support you to visualize what your idea is. So they would help you, what you have on a paper, what that small concept note that you think is going to help you get $1 million, you won't get that $1 million if that graphic designer doesn't sit down and make it actually speak the language you want it to speak. I've given an example of the two events, right? It all comes back to one thing, the original intent of the conversation, right? I know we have so many creatives in the room, and many of them, if someone walked in here, they would ask, what is Spaceport? What the hell would name such an event Spaceport? Right? And we don't even have to explain it, do we? For everyone in the room, you understand deeply and how connected you are to the concept of Spaceport. It's because the design speaks to the original intent of Spaceport. Otherwise, if I just wrote the word Spaceport here, you would still be asking the same question I asked, what is Spaceport, right? Now, I'll take us a little bit back to what I said earlier. A good design is not beautiful. This is ugly artwork. But, and that is also a relative concept. I wouldn't say, Jason would say this is really beautiful. I outdid myself. But then I'm going to talk to Mabonga, and he will say, I would have done better. All right? I would speak to Nino and say, I would have had a photo shoot of a real space, whatever, suit and actually use it. All right? So it's always relative. But the idea is, does it speak to the original intent of this? Okay? I've approved artworks before. My job is actually to criticize and make sure that people do exactly what the brand is about and what it says. Not necessarily to say, oh, this is bad artwork or this is good artwork. I would only say, are we following the brand guidelines? Are we intentionally speaking about exactly what we want to communicate? Yes. Have we followed the rules that were put there by our fathers, or are we breaking a few to just stand out? So design does speak, but there's always a but in all situations, most especially with creatives. It is relative. It's very relative, and you can't just wake up and say, this is beautiful, this is not. Right? There's some brands we keep on talking about. It's recent that MTN realized they had the ugliest logo, and they fixed it. Do you agree? But also, MTN has the best communicating artworks. Not beautiful, but communicating. If you have a Momo Nyabo poster here, you would see that it is so concise, it's so clear that you understand. Like you explain it to anyone like a 5-year-old. For me, that is what makes a beautiful artwork and what makes a speaking artwork. Now, graphic designers might disagree. You will spend years on a project. Guys, these guys don't really care. They will read their headline. They will read a CTA. The communications guys in here know those jargons? Or do we have a CTA? Do we have a call to action? Is it bold enough? Can you increase the logo? The stupidest things that really frustrate you guys in here. Can you increase the logo a little bit? Yet you want him to look at the image choice, but he's saying, can you increase the logo, right? It's because it doesn't matter. Your time to create things out of the ordinary, unfortunately, that's where we are. Unless you have like 30 minutes to create a mood board and explain exactly where you're coming from, which may not be the case because again, they don't care. You need to take a step back and communicate. Don't design, but communicate. If you don't communicate, you and I are just guys shouting out barely related words to each other. Increase the logo. No, I want it this side. No, you know, that's the conversation with graphic designers always. The people that at least I work with, and that is the frustration. Yet, if we stand with our conversation of, this is what I really want to achieve. I want to sell Tobayo as the best destination, as the best thing that anyone should have. Everyone should have an application of Tobayo on their phone. I hope you guys do already. If you do, you're doing me the nasty. But the idea is, if I know that the intent of this is to have Tobayo, to have all the guys in the room download the application, what exactly am I going to do as a graphic designer to make that intent actionable? That's it. It doesn't matter if these guys say they're going to Mars and you actually pull a Mars little thing and put it there. Nah, it doesn't matter. What matters is, can we make sure these guys understand where we're going from here in the next 5 years? If that is distinct and imprinted in every graphic designer's life or head, trust me, life will really be good for you. You won't have headaches. Design, visualize, communicate. Yeah.
Very insightful. So we do agree with Ivan, all of us at least, that designs do speak. Now, I want to also understand from you, Ivan, before we move to the next speaker, of how can creative designers preempt or knack visual communication? Share some tips, and then let's see how everyone is learning. So how can creative designers knack visual communication? Yeah.
I think that's a good question. I've pivoted my career. I've really tried to figure out where I fit. People keep on thinking I am a jack of all trades. I do code, I do UI, UX, I've built platforms. I try to niche around certain things to know exactly where I feel I want to be. And it's beautiful that we have spaces like Spaceport, right? Because then it helps to know that you can be part of a certain group and actually grow within that. Now, growing up and figuring out what exactly I want, as fast as a graphic designer, I don't think of myself as a graphic designer anymore because I have pivoted. My career has grown to do certain things. I've done a master's in brand management. I have done CIM, marketing, to basically understand when Sharon, who is my boss at the Innovation Village, wants to communicate certain things, where is she coming from, right? That, in a sense, if I put on a hat of a graphic designer, might be hard, right? Graphic designers really hate reading. Everyone here. And if it was to award graphic designers that read, it would be those guys that have taken time to either push themselves away from graphic design as a career, but rather pivot into other things like, let's say, UI, UX, because I mean, you really need to read hard, collaborate a lot, to have that knack of design, but rather one that also communicates. Now, from my end, I'm not saying you guys should use what I've actually done. It has been that graphic design is only a tool that I use to communicate, right? And change perceptions of individuals, right? Because of that knowledge, I've been able to change people's minds about certain things, right? How can PR fit in the aspect of graphics, right? The aspect of, how can public relations as a career also be one of those things you have to look at as a graphic designer? And this can be really troubling for aspiring ones.
what is PR? You know, how can, let's say, photography on its sense, everyone here has had issues of let's say, Shutterstock being so expensive for graphic designer, yet it is one of the ultimate goals. If a graphic designer in this room has an account on Shutterstock, he is gold, right? I would say nonsense. If a graphic designer has a camera and they can think about an idea and shoot it and actually deliver it, gold. How do you pivot from being a guy? I've seen these guys of Tobayo knocking conversations online. They use Canva. It's worrying. You're in here, don't have jobs from Tobayo. Why? Because it works for them. Do you have a career as a graphic designer moving forward with AI, with templates from FreePic, right? Even a high school dropout can sit down, understand how Illustrator works, download a template from FreePic, and deliver a social media post, right? I can almost agree that, let's say 80% of the artworks you guys say are really nice and creative. Nah. It has been someone from India that posted a template on social media, on FreePic. So the pivot is to look at the entire communication space in like a 360 approach and figure out your contribution to that, right? You say, I really would like how billboards speak, but it's not just billboards, it's also other things. It's also a guy who has a camera that's going to translate the way you built a look and feel into a reel. It's also how how the artwork speaks, that then maybe someone's going to create a press release that speaks to that thing, that original idea. So it's not just graphic design. If you always think about it as just graphics, trust me, in the next 5 years, and 5 years, I think it's even too short, 3, you won't have a job. So graphic designers in this room, sorry breaking your heart, no. Because if I ask all guys, Sebunya here, if they're hiring a creative, they're asking, do you do After Effects? Do you know how to use Figma? Do you have a working knowledge of UI and UX? Do? No one will ask you, do you know how to use Photoshop and Illustrator, because it's basic. Everyone has it on their laptops and Illustrator on there. It's no longer enough. So the knack of creativity and graphic design as a career is going to die, unfortunately, because right now everyone thinks they are a content creator, right? Every single guy in here that has TikTok is either boring or really creative, but they think they are content creators. Back in the day, graphic designers were content creators. Now it's not possible. So, sorry, breaking it for you. Pivot. Try something different. Try a broad understanding of how brands communicate. Try a broad understanding of how PR is related to communications. Try a broader understanding of how you would use photography in telling stories. Tell stories, then build ways to accommodate those stories and figure out ways to deliver those stories, either through posts, through reels, through animations, through UI and UX. Then that would be the graphic designer of the future, not some guy who knows how to use Photoshop and Illustrator. No, it doesn't work. For now, the market is only interested in a guy who does quite a lot than people are willing to pay for, unfortunately. Yeah, and that's where we are.
Wow. It's learn, connect, and grow tonight, right? I see whose heart is broken. But then it's the truth, because now we are getting the people who are actually living this to actually give it to us in real time. Takes me back to the agency I used to work with, and they felt that Shutterstock was actually very expensive. So the guy said, you know what, why don't I actually create a studio? So this guy has most of the banks in the space that he's operating in. And then he made a production studio, put all his focus there. Now he's selling his photographs, okay, to the banks, because you might find that one picture or one photo has been duplicated and used by other people. And then banks don't really like that. As in, if you're my face, you're my face. So, Ivan, thank you so much for the great insights. Another round of applause. And also, can we learn from what he's saying to just broaden what we're doing in the creative spaces? I don't want to brag, but I do 360 communications. So you put me in events, I'm there. Give me strategy, I'm there. I can also do something on Canva as well, right? So yeah, now let's go to Quino. I really like how Ivan is giving it real to the people in the space because that's what they came for. So I want you to speak to the aspiring photographers. First, you can just tell us in your free time, what kind of pictures do you like to shoot? How do they contribute to the work that you're doing now? And then which ones should they avoid? Because you're in the space now. And you know if you took pictures and you bring them to Ivan, okay, what can he use? What can he not use? Because the space has grown. What should photographers out there move away from right now? Give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you. The first question was, in my free time, what do I shoot? I remember I had the graphic design job, and then I was starting to learn photography. So I started to do photography in my free time, and mostly I would, because I had the time, all my free time, because, okay, I had the 9 to 10, 9 to 4 design job, and it was quite stressing. Unfortunately, I missed the mental health session, but for me then, graphics design was actually taking a toll on me. You know, sometimes the feedback, man, sometimes the feedback is unreasonable or just delivered harshly. For me, most of the time, it was just delivered harsh. I'm like, man, I can listen to you. You can communicate like a human being, and I can listen to you. You don't have to talk like that. But so graphics design used to take a toll on me, and I used to use, you know, photography to shoot, learn, but also, like I said, I used to shoot so many things, tried out everything, not specifying myself to a particular genre. So even up to now, in my free time, it's the same thing that I do, that I can be doing, you know, projects, you're tired, you're stressed, and then I just fall back to photography where I am noticing my surrounding. I'm just seeing the small things that I'm shooting, and me shooting those small little things, things that you're noticing as a designer, but also as a photographer, and then going back to, you know, your computer and editing and spending time with editing the small things that you noticed. For me, has made me grow as a human being, because as a photographer, it has also helped me grow as a human being, because you start noticing things that other people don't notice. You start noticing, oh, your friend has, my friend wouldn't say you've not noticed my hair, because, you know, I noticed their hair before. If they change, they have a new hairstyle. So that's mostly what I do in my free time. Shooting, using photography, I would say for my mental health, shooting small little things that are visually appealing, aesthetic for myself, and then just editing them. And I would encourage, if you guys, even if you're a designer, what's your fallback to that is still creative, right? You've been doing, you know, heavy projects, you've designed for a whole month, but what are you designing for yourself? You know, what are you scribbling? It may not communicate, right? But it's for you, for that moment, for that time, that it helps you grow as a designer. So we might fix ourselves, you know, delivering for the client each and every time. It's for delivering for the client, but what are you delivering for yourself? In your own skill, in your own art, try to gain from it, not just money, but even for yourself. You know, do personal projects. lay out a strategy to say every after these weeks I want to do my own personal projects that I've directed myself. However bad it is, this is mine, it's bad, I've done it for myself, I've taken my time, the dedication, but do it for you, for your own free time. Okay, could have missed the other question. Yeah. I would say that heavily depends on the niche that you're shooting. If you're a portrait photographer and say an NGO has hired you to go and shoot upcountry, what kind of images do they want? We were recently in Mayuge shooting and the client said, you know, don't shoot children because the project we are shooting is actually sensitive. It's 16 days of activism that started today. We don't want to show kids, you know, because the stories we are telling are about, you know, sexual assault, you know, rape. So we don't want to be posting content on our social media, yet we are showing pictures of children. Yeah, so depending on the niche that you're shooting, there are definitely different rules in there. If you're shooting wildlife, if you're shooting landscape, if you're shooting studio, every niche has its own rules. As a portrait photographer, there are limits to what you can, to where you can go, you know? Are you portraying the person in how they want to be portrayed, for example? Or is it, are they, yes, we are capturing moments, but do they want you to capture that moment and share it with the world, you know? So that's what I would say is be careful in every niche or in every style of photography that you're doing. It's quite wide and broad, I would say. I remember there's a time a few years back, I wanted to do a project in Kampala City, you know, shooting and just trying to be careful because street photography can be quite tricky here. Your camera can be stolen. You want to do night photography, you either have, you know, big people who are following you. You have to get, where do you know this is private property or this is not, where are the lines, do more research, find out, and then see where the limits are for the very field or the niche that you want to do. Yeah.
One last question for Ivan, and very briefly, how do you trigger imagination? This is for the designers, the photographers, the creators, everyone in the UI UX space. How do you trigger imagination? What makes you create? We've spoken about a few things earlier in the mental health session, but when the creativity is not creativity, what do you do?
Creativity, not creativity. Some of these things are really, as a creative, I would say, I have my own moments. I have my, but most people that use their brains to craft things, it's just funny how they get inspiration from the saddest things. Beautiful songs come from, let's say, saddest moments. You'd listen to Adele, you tell me. So there are other ways people look at, let's say, inspiration and imagination for creativity and art piece. And I'm going to speak for the general creative space. For me, my work goes as far as strategy, as far as writing, as far as putting my thoughts together first, and then leave like the person who wanted me to create something. It's hard thinking for someone, and normally those are the pushbacks that graphic designers don't want to hear. When an individual says, no, this is not what I want, and then you ask, what do you want? And they say, no, I don't know, and I don't want this, but they don't know what they don't want, and also you don't know. That's that has been like, I call it like a roller coaster from hell that just keeps on rolling and moving around. But ways to figure that out, figure out that imagination from the client's perspective would be to listen. graphic designers think they are the kings of whatever it is they do. I used to have wings when I figured I can actually create things using my mouse and a computer. And I wouldn't speak. I can't, why would I even, say hello? I know how to create things. But I figured that that's not enough. Being a creator, we try to resonate with the way things are, but fail to resonate with the people that you create things for, right? Sometimes you create things for you, not for the other person. Because it's beautiful for you, may not be beautiful for the other person. So the best knowledge that I would share today is to listen, and listen with the intent to understand, not the intent to do exactly what you wanted to do anyway. Because you are a king in what you're doing, doesn't necessarily mean that you actually are. It means you are a vessel through which someone gets to deliver their message out there, and the imagination might not be yours, but theirs. So try as much as you can to fit in their shoes, understand, listen, right? Digest and deliver. You're not building things for yourself. I think that's the biggest lesson I've had over the time, even before I pivoted my career into brand management. I felt like it is something that you guys need to listen. Yeah, I think it would be the best advice that I would leave here. And listen, understand.
Wow, wow, wow. It's been very good. I'll take one question because of time. We're aiming to stop at exactly 4. So whoever is asking, let's time you. And then Ivan is here. You can get in touch with Quino, ask all the questions that you have after they get off.
Hello, my name is Jordan. Thanks for your time, guys. I wanted to ask what you talked about everyone being a content creator these days, and I wanted to ask what steps you have taken to get ahead in an oversaturated industry. You as well, like with many people wanting to get into photography, and there's many people with cameras who call themselves photographers. So what do you do to set yourself apart from the rest?
Thank you. We'll take just that one, and then Ivan, you can spare a few moments, okay, to just interact with the people, the creatives that we have in the room. I have questions for you.
That's a really brilliant question. Thank you. I think diversity of knowledge as a creative is really king for you. It's one of those things you need to keep on doing. Read. That doesn't mean you're going to be doing exactly what other people are doing. You niche. Like I gave an example of myself. I'm entering the marketing space. I'm entering the communication space, right? But I'm only using the skill that I got years back to deliver on exactly what I really want. I feel like there's space in marketing that I could use. Imagine if you had a marketing manager who knows how to do graphic design, right? I mean, you can't tell them nothing because people have been, let's say, bullshitted, for the lack of a better word, in boardrooms and given bad concepts. You go and start criticizing campaigns. It's because one marketing manager didn't understand exactly what it is to visualize things better. But if you know certain things, have that knowledge, figure out what pays more, that's really important, right? And look at things in a way that delivers value for you as a person. So I'll borrow a point from Nino where he mentioned that do certain things for you, be a little bit selfish and make sure people pay for that. I still receive gigs, someone says, hey, can you really help me visualize this? And I'll take it and I'll make money from it, right? Whereas that's not my niche anymore, I still make money from it. So collect knowledge, but figure out what works for you most. If you are a graphic designer, do that, right? But then that doesn't stop you from using Figma. There's a marriage between Adobe and Figma. You know, everyone is worried now. But are you good with that space that you really want to niche in? Are you really good at that? And also, what other value additions can you educate yourself on to make you stand out? If I'm a marketing manager, like I've given an example, and I also know how to do animations, and I also know how to upload newsletters, and I also know how to use Figma, what else can you tell me? right? I would use that knowledge, but build a career that I want, other than, bubbling myself into a space that can actually be swallowed easily. I've seen AI taking over, guys. It's bad. Just get knowledge, just educate yourself and niche it out. Figure out what works for you specifically as an individual, but use this knowledge to farm it up. Thanks.
I would personally say the same thing. Niche, find a niche. I'm someone who, my personality has always informed my skill or how I work. You guys should actually find out how that affects your work, you as a person. I'm the guy who always sat in the corner alone, when the lecturer is done, you're the first person to move out. Because I had that sort of personality, in my skill is what everybody is doing, because you can visually see it, for example, like online. What everybody is doing, just don't do it. There is always, because everybody is taking that route, there is always another direction to take. And most of the time, it's the better direction. It's the better direction because people start realizing, okay, everybody's here. Let me take this direction now. What everybody seems to be doing, whether skilled or unskilled, just don't do it. That's what I would say.
Okay, and that summarizes our panel, ladies and gentlemen. A hand clap for the gentlemen. They can spare a few minutes to interact. You can go meet them after our sessions and then just have a one-on-one. You could have one or two things to learn from them still. Yeah, music interlude, 1 minute, and then we go into the next thing. Thank you so much. So maybe for updates, we have Wapi presenting in 10, and then we'll have our last session of the evening where we are talking marketing, digital creativity, communication with a team that communicates best. Okay, so can we have the Wapi team to do a presentation, and then we can have the last space of the evening. a reminder, don't leave yet. We have cocktails later. Because what is a digital meetup without cocktails, right? I'll repeat, don't hurry to go. We have cocktails after the digital session because what is a digital meeting without a party? So we're back, and Wapi is ready. Maybe to highlight, Spaceport would not have happened if we didn't have partners and people who supported this event today. So I would like to recognize again Elevate, Create, and then Wapi. And I would also have, can I have Collins Mbulachalo from Wapi to take us through the Wapi presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Hi, everyone. Hi, guys. So my name is Collins Mbulachalo. I'm part of the team at Wapi, and I'm excited really for this day because this has been something in the making for a very long time. But it's amazing to see you all here in this space and us having this conversation. But to also talk about how this came through, or prior things that have happened before this. About a year ago, I approached Sam and Jason because I had this idea of something that we wanted to create, right? Something for creatives. For those who do not know Wapi, Wapi is basically a digital talent marketplace. We connect creatives, tech, design, engineering talent to people with work. What that looked like is that we didn't want to do something that was another Upwork. We didn't want to do something that's another Andela or something that's another already existing thing, right? So through my various work and through the various interactions we had with the different creatives we were working with at Wapi, we realized that if we were to create something that you guys love, it had to be something that was centered around what you do and not the people who pay you, right? So that's where Wapi Spaces comes in. And the idea behind Wapi Spaces was that how can we, quite similarly here, create a space or a platform where creators have the power to create with tools that empower them to create and maximize that potential. And what better way to maximize your potential than being able to create better visibility, being able to monetize better, but also being able to manage how you monetize that. Because as we will definitely know, sometimes it's hard to keep things on track, right? It's hard for us to complete things. We like to jump onto new things and try out something else. So how do we keep all that in one place and have it make sense? So that's where Wapi Spaces came in. And I would like to say huge shout out to Jason and Sam, who are the people who came up with these amazing mock-ups. And I'll just run you through. The idea or hope was that this would be ready by today. but it unfortunately isn't. So today we'll just run through the prototype of what it will look like. Link that's more specific to you. The idea behind the unique link is that the same way companies have websites, this really cool look and feel, where when you're starting up, after you've basically put in your name, you come to something like this, right? We've been talking about UI and UX and feel, and how we can make all these things easy. So no, this isn't Jason. This is one of Jason's favorite stock images, I guess. Along with this lady here, but we'll know one day. So yeah, pretty much just fill in your name. And the idea here is that we want you to use either your email or phone number, right? Because we realize we use both in most cases. Sometimes you're a phone person, sometimes you're an email person. After you've put in that, wanted to make this as also interactive as possible. So time to show off your skill. You'd basically click on some of these skill bubbles and then pre-select them and get them on board. And then we'll be adding your skills. So we didn't want to make it a very long process. So the most important things are, one, do we have your name? Do we have your skills? Then what do you want to charge for those skills, right? Because in most cases, you'll find that you have to fill in work experience, I've worked here, I've done that. But we wanted to get it to the juicy parts. What skills do you have? How much do you want to charge for those skills? So in this part, you basically then get to add the services and then wrap it up with adding your profile picture, because we can't be working with a ghost or a person that we don't know. And finally wrap it up along with some phone number stuff. But the most interesting part, and where I think Jason and Sam went all out, was what your profile actually looks like, right? So once you're done filling in all this stuff, this is what your profile would basically look like once you filled it in. Yes, please. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I get it. Amazing question. So that's the part we're getting to right here, right? After you filled in your skills, the whole idea is so that we can create a profile for you like this. Now, this is just the About Me section. But then when we scroll through, this is the skills section, right? So you remember the skills that you filled in, they pop up here. The idea we had was that once someone comes to this skills section, right? If they click on a specific skill, like this, and usually they are hovering and moving over. Sorry, the prototype isn't working today. But once you click on a specific skill, you basically come to a screen like this that shows some of the projects you've done in that skill. Does that make sense? So the person is able to like basically see your work in a visual way, because that's the whole idea. Beyond that, so that's the projects part that we had. And then next up, we also had a services section. Now, the interesting part about the services part is that you usually have folks approaching you and asking, how much do you do a logo for? How much do you do this for? So pretty much all you have to do in the future is when someone wants to work with you, just send them this link. And the idea is that you can even just send them directly the link to your project and highlight it like this. So for example, we had a project for wedding photography where it shows the rate, how much you charge, what exactly is included in that product, previous work that you've done with that product, and yeah, anything else that's needed. So it's basically your mini brochure or business card, but available online for you to be able to share with someone. Beyond that, there were also some other cool features that we had added, or we'll add. In this case, this is still project. Now, when we come down this side, yes, to the dashboard. So we also wanted to create a dashboard that's as meaningful as possible. So one, you have how much money you have available. And the idea here was that beyond just being able to transact and make money through the platform, we also then want to add extra services that you're able to access, right? So for example, maybe we have a partnership with SafeBorder and say, for all creatives on Wapi Spaces, you have 5% off your next SafeBorder ride. Or we have something with Innovation Village and tell them, if you want a workspace, you basically can use the money you have on Wapi to sort of pay for that space and you get a discount. And that's part of what your dashboard would enable you to do. But beyond that, it would also give you an interface to chat with your client. Try to make it interactive, try to make it look different so that it's not just an everyday chat section. And if you go to this other side, you then see your payment method, right? And how exactly you'd want to work, how exactly you'd want to do a project. And another module we then added in was something called contracts. Because, I zoom in, all right. This one? All right, sure. So how it will work is you basically send someone the link. They, yes, that's what I'm going to explain. You send them the link. They make the payment, preferably before you start the work, right? Because you want to get paid. We hold the money on an escrow, something called an escrow. You do your work, they confirm, you get payment. But the other thing is, that's how everyone does it. So what we were also thinking is, that's not how the real world works. Sometimes you want someone to give you 50%, you get your 50%, start the work, right? So we also then want to enable you to be able to do that. You can basically pre-select and say, do I need 50% to start or do I need to go forward? Sorry, how much time do I have left? I don't want to run over time. Maybe, okay, cool. Let's go forward then. So here you'd basically create a contract. And the idea here was, again, the creative sector is also very informal. But it's not informal because we sometimes want it to be, but it's because we do not have the tools to formalize some of these things. You can't afford a lawyer. You can't go up and be drafting contracts because you don't have the ability to. So the idea here was that, can we create templates for you to be able to basically create a contract in case someone doesn't pay you? Are you able to pursue legal means to get your money? Or just because they know they have a contract, they know they have to definitely pay you. So we also made it easy for you to basically whip up these contracts. So you just put the project title, you put the amount that is anticipated, and this works both ways. How much? It's time. All right, cool. Yeah, so contracts, and then let me see what other interesting feature would be cool here. Okay, the other things while we were planning was also integrating as many payment providers as possible to make it easier for you to get that money. Then here you'd be able to track the projects you're working on with different clients, and that would sort of be based on like a client view or a project view and a lot of these other things. But the whole idea for this talk is to really just pique interest. If you feel like Wapi Spaces is something that you want to be a part of building, then definitely reach out to me after this. We're going to be enrolling beta users soon. Yes, please. So for folks who want like someone doing bookkeeping, we already have something for that, which is just basically WAPI's talent marketplace. This one's specifically geared towards people who are creating. So something that can be seen visually. So designers, also musicians, and people who do music or something like that. For the other folks, we have a separate platform that does exactly that. Yes. Amazing advice. And for the phone number, the first screen before you actually get to that one is either phone number or email, exactly for that friction. Then on this other part, you're basically adding. So amazing suggestion on that. And then around the reviews, that's also inbuilt. I just wasn't able to get to most of this stuff. But yeah, I definitely agree with you on everything there. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Sorry, my time has run out. Yeah, sure, go for it. Yeah. Yeah. Notifications, yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's amazing. In the onboarding or like the skills, I don't know if we have that. Did we? Yeah, on the yeah, it's in the profile. So there are a lot of things here that I didn't get to, but I am going to at least like if anyone is interested in adding to this feedback, just reach out to me. Really appreciate it to make the product so much better. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Colin. I feel like he should get another one, right? Come on, a round of applause for Colin. And now that we're here for our last session, our last space, I want to thank you again for coming and also for making time to be here, to learn, connect, and explore. And up next, we have the digital conversation coming. Digital marketing, communication, and we have the experts in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for Sharon Kakai from the Innovation Village. So Sharon leads the team at the Innovation Village. She has experience in marketing and communications, 360, and we're glad to hear from you today. Also on the panel, can we have Robert Sebunya? He's the manager personalization at Stanbic Bank. Thank you, Robert, for joining us. And then last is Mohamed Diahuti. I don't know if I'm saying that right, so I will not say it. So let's stick to Mohamed. Mohamed is the head of marketing at Safe Border and also the founder of Sauti Tech. Now these guys speak communication, digital marketing, and marketing as a whole. And again, as the norm has been, can you please introduce yourself, where you're from, and as we get people to actually come in, listen, and go into the session. Thank you.
Ladies first. Hi, everybody. My name is Sharon Kakai. I'm the marketing and communications lead at the Innovation Village. My job is simply to interpret what all of you in this room do, creators and whatever, for different stakeholders to understand. So really breaking it down to soluble information and for others to be able to absorb it. I work with a team of cross-sections that would include the media unit, the creative space, brand and PR, including events as well. You'll be surprised at what events can do to break your information into, to be able to be absorbed. So I'm glad to be here. I saw Jason and his team start this from the start. We attended some of the meetings with them. So I'm really happy to be here, interested in learning, because there's always something to learn from creatives and young minds. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here. My name, not just excited, there's a lot of learnings I've done. I'm envying everyone inside this room. I wish I had this opportunity so many years ago, but it's coming at the tail end of my youthful stage. Yeah, I'm Robert, last name Sevunya. I formerly, I think, work with Stanbic Bank. After having seen Wapi Spaces, I'm considering enrolling as one of the users, and I quit my day job. I look after customers there, so I manage a personalization. What I really do, it's a future fit role. It's a new role across the globe. I think you'll start to see it in the future. What I do is basically look at data, look at patterns, and then predict the best way possible for our customers to get value from us as a bank. That's my role. And then I'm a Web 3.0 enthusiast. I run a company called MetaJaja Holdings. So if you into tech, if you've checked out Tech Judge as well, that's a little bit of some of the stuff I've been part of in the past. Yeah.
My name is Muhammad. I work for Safe Boda. I'm marketing. Big part of, I worked in different industries. I worked in telecom, betting. Also, I worked for Safe Boda Nigeria and Uganda. I worked in Kenya previously. So more or less, my focus is on B2C businesses, business to consumer. And at Safe Boda, I lead the marketing team. Also, big focus of what we do is user growth, how to launch product, finding product market fit, how to grow users, segmenting users. Yeah, this is what I do mainly. Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Okay, so can we have James join the panel, please? James Katende from Mobicast. I want to apologize for technical issues, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, James, would you kindly tell us what you do, why you're here, and we're also glad to have you on the panel.
My name is James Katenda. I work with Mobicast Media. I lead the DOH team, Mobicast. DOH is the new baby growing around Africa, digital out of home. It's being ignored by creatives, by animators, basically creators, but it's a baby doing amazing things in the advertising spaces.
Okay, by show of hands, who understands what DOH is? No, and that's okay. Yes. So would you kindly elaborate? Because my first question is actually going to go to you, James. Digital out of home. When you say digital out of home, okay, some of us in the marketing space would have an idea, but then the people we're speaking with might not. So would you kindly just tell us?
Now, digital out of home, let me start with out of home. Out of home is any media space you found while you're coming here. Anything you found while you're coming here, that is out of home advertisement. And now, digital out of home is digitized out of home advertisement. You add in ad tech, you add in so many things that now digital out of home is not basically the billboards you see, but even when you're withdrawing money on the ATM machine, that is still digital out of home. That machine is showing an ad. Basically, digital out of home is any media space you see when you're in a public space, when you're in a retail shop, when you're in a mall. Basically, any digital media you see when you're outside your home is digital out of home. It runs from the place-based, like in the malls, Acacia Mall, whatever mall, to the large formats, you already see the roadside ones. So it's a new baby in the market, but it's doing amazing things. And I would prefer creatives to go into that space because currently most brands are considering such spaces when rolling out their strategy. An omni-channel strategy for a brand like Stanbic Bank, when they're rolling out their marketing strategy, they look at so many things, TV, radio, DOH, OH. So it will be so funny that the biggest challenge you're facing that creatives are looking at only digital marketing, the social media posts, the what. But if your niche is in digital out of home, there is money there. Because majority of brands are now considering digital out of home as part of their strategy in marketing their brands. But very few creatives do designs that fit that space. So if it can be your niche as a creative, there's good money to tap into that. Basically, that's an overview of digital out of home.
Thank you very much. Maybe to elaborate, media car branding that you see, the billboards, the road signs that you see, that's what we're talking about when we say digital out of home. And then I think they just found a fancy name for it because everyone who has been in the communication space knows what media buy is, and it has all been part of the bigger picture when it comes to marketing and communication and advertising space. Still on the question, I'll go to Robert and I'll ask you one simple one of, while designing campaigns, how do you know you're reaching the right audience?
All right, that's a very tricky question, but I would say, how do you know you're reaching the right audience is one, how they react to your campaign. So for starters, how are they clicking on the campaign, and are they real clicks? That's also very crucial because a lot of the time people don't have what we call brand visibility and brand viewability standards. For example, someone could accidentally click on your ad because they are scrolling on their tablet. So you want to be sure it's a real click. The second thing you want to be sure is how the campaign is performing in terms of actual end-to-end value. Like, are people converting? If you're running a betting campaign, if you're running for Safe Border, are people signing up and using the campaign? So how this runs is a campaign can run through three different modes of working. First is awareness. So when you're looking at awareness, a campaign that is working on awareness-wise is you look at one core thing, which is impressions. How many eyeballs is it getting? So the metric for that is called CPM, or cost per mille, the cost per 1,000 impressions. For Uganda, the rate is between 0.2 cents of a dollar to about 4 cents of a dollar. Every time you want to reach 1,000 people uniquely, or 1,000 times your banner is shown, it's between 0.2 cents of a dollar to about 4, 5, depends. Now the next thing you want to look at is traffic. Are you getting traffic from there? So you look at CPC, which is cost per click, or clicks that you're getting from the campaign. That's very crucial if you're running a betting campaign, a banking campaign, or anyone. Then lastly, you're looking at conversions. So how many conversions are you getting from there? So conversions can be CPA, cost per action. The action can be CPI, cost per install. How many people are installing your campaign? From there, how many people are actually submitting and becoming an actual useful user? If you're doing for trial campaigns, also you want to measure that. So there are lots of metrics that we could use, but those are the vanity ones. By vanity, I mean, how do I say that? Vanity ones. Hey, those people are speaking a lot of English during lunch. I trust that they know.
Jargons, everybody, jargons.
Yeah, but away from that, you ask yourself, beyond that, what is the impact on the bottom line? Now this gets a little dicey, right? Things like the value of the customer to the business. How much money do they bring in for you? How often do they spend with you? The frequency of their spend. How many of your products are they using? We call it DTF, not what you think. Deliver the farm. So what it does is basically how many of your products are they using? So you get into those deep metrics of retention, entrenchment, and then churn. How many of them are leaving? Because those are a very good metric. You should be happy that customers are leaving you, but also you should be happy that you're stopping them from leaving. For example, if Muhammad is not the right customer for you, you're selling self-border helmets, for example, and he's not buying. You don't need him. You don't need to be spending money on advertising towards him, sending him emails to remind him to buy when he's not an actual customer. So that's a metric that you also want to track, which is called churn rate.
This is very good. So what we do at SafeBoda is we segment our users into 3, right? So what Robert said, so instead of us, let's say, if we need to give a promo code to customers, which customers do we give to, right? And once we segment our users into 3, we know that high-value users are less likely to churn. However, if they churn, we can spend more money since they spend over time. They have been spending more money compared to a low-value user who takes, let's say, 3 rides in a month, right? So this is the importance of what Robert said, is like, if you need to spend money, if you need to spend 4,000 shillings, will you get 4,000 in return, or 2,000, or 6K, right? So this is the value of you understanding, like, which customer are you targeting? Are you segmenting your users in a way that makes sense to you and to the business where you're spending money?
Are we together, everyone? Please feel free to get involved, because these guys are here for you. And if you're not getting anything, you just raise your hand up and like, wait a minute. Yeah. So we have, yeah. Okay, in here? So we have creatives in here. Yes, digital creatives. I'm right? Everyone. We have designers, up, UX designers, up, photographers,
Rachel,
up.
I think that gentleman went too much into the technical aspects of things. Let's tone it down.
Let's tone it.
All right, so thank you. So they are developers. At least I've had some conversation with a couple of them. They are photographers. See Nino and a team of them. UX, UI, a lot of great guys. Actual freelancers, online content creators. Yeah, so it's quite a full room of almost everyone. Yeah. Oh, entrepreneurs and businessmen. We won't forget
entrepreneurs and
The
marketers as well.
The guys with money. Okay.
Yeah. So to continue with the conversation, Mohammed, I would like to understand from your perspective of you've talked about B2C marketing as part of your specialty and what you do, but then I'm keen to understand what you're doing at SafeBoda to win conversions. Yes.
There are so many things that we do. So just to give you an insight about how we measure conversions, right? So we have users who go and install our app, right? Let's say 10 users go and install our app, or for easy calculations, 100 users go and install our app, right? After they install, we have 70% of them, right, go and register. From the 70%, how many go and convert? 30%, right? So there is a way we see a huge drop-off from someone installing. So let's say you consumed your data, you installed the app for 15 megabytes, right? And then you have so many people dropping off after installing, right? They didn't register, or the ones that register don't take an action on the app, right? So what do we do? UX UI kicks in, right? So we know our onboarding flow in case someone installs, but there are 30 people that drop off between install and registration. So these 30, what do we do to them? We check, okay, SafeBoda, once you log out or whatever, or if you need to register for the first time, how many steps does it take the user to land on the home page, right? So we think about that. Okay, as a user, once they land on the first page, do they drop off on the first name, second name, or when they put the phone number, is it an OTP issue? So we dig deeper into the issues that happen in the onboarding flow. But as SafeBoda, we need to make it as easy as possible for someone to land from install to the homepage, right? Because this is when people like understand what does the app do. Like we need people to get like this moment, okay, this app might be useful for me.
So for a bit of context, thank you so much,
Yeah.
Mohammed, is why do we have these guys here? It's because you guys are creating for these guys. They're the best consumers of your products. And then for you to actually reach the layman, you must go through the marketers to be able to communicate now to the people that you're creating for. So thank you so much, Mohammed.
Just an insight, sorry.
Yeah.
So if you go to SafeBoda onboarding, if you need to try it out for the first time now, even when you fill your number, let's say, in terms of user experience, when you fill your number, we immediately take to the next step, right? Even if you would look like something is popping up, flashing in your face, it shows your eyes will immediately land on that section of the app, right? So make it as easy as possible, even visually, for you to like put the fields that are easy, yeah.
Yeah, and that's when user experience comes in. Thank you so much, Mohammed. I would like to also elaborate more on, Ivan was here telling us about how the creative designers' jobs are running out, right? And if you're not keen to understand the numbers and how they track them and the metrics, then you might actually not understand who you're creating for the future. So I'm so glad to have all these guys who understand the metrics, they understand all the digital space. But then I'll also go and take back Sharon to the communication aspect of things. Sharon, what is the recipe for virality? Is TV advertising dead?
No, I don't think it is. And there's reasons as to why I say that. It's because when you look at the way our community or audiences are segmented, the reality is there is a group of people that still absorbs TV adverts, whether we want it or not. And that's why the big corporations like Stanbic cannot give it up. So is it dead among the young people in this room? Definitely. I don't know. I don't know how many of you actually still watch TV, and if you do, if you do, there's probably specific shows you look out to. And even then, you will see that if Stanbic is running a campaign targeted towards young people, they're definitely going to come to those specific shows. That is really targeted. It's intentional because they know you're watching. What is that thing on NBS?
Oh, there's World
After
Cup
5?
nowadays.
Oh yes, there's also World Cup.
It's in the advertising space on the World Cup. Yeah. Okay.
So at a certain point, we went on MBS after 5 and we tracked installs. Yeah. So on that day, our installs increased by 70%. And it has never happened, like in the past 2.5 years, right? On that day, we saw so many reactivated users coming back to the platform, right? Whenever we go to radio interviews, right, or TV interviews, we track how many customers are reactivated, how many customers are coming back to the platform, right? How many customers are installing, how many customers. So, like TV in a way, especially MBS After 5 or these music shows, it's quite big. Like it reaches almost everyone. And even on TV, when you look at how Ipsos segments, they say like TV reaches 60 or 65% of the population. Radio reaches 95%. But on the beauty about TV is that even like I have a couple of colleagues who maybe don't watch TV, but their children do, right? So, or his wife, or his whatever, right? So this is the beauty about TV, but it's quite expensive. So, okay, Rachel.
I think the moderator is going away for a second, but while I pass back the mic to her, I think we need to redefine what TV is, but also we need to remember that we live in an attention economy. If a medium or channel has attention, I'll give an example. Netflix is TV as well, to some degree. It's on the big screen. No one of us is watching, okay, some are watching the World Cup on small screens, but we all want that gigantic screen when we go and see Ronaldo score that penalty very well. So we have to also, yeah. So we have to think about the mediums and where the attention of the audiences we are targeting is. before we can write them off. You'll be shocked what kind of places have audiences. I mean, there's TV that is dead, of course. I mean, there's a meme that goes around that if UBC run a certain type of content, I don't want to mention, that normally goes viral, no one would even notice it because people are not there. But there are channels or there are spaces or there are shows that have attention of people. Sorry, I was passing on the mic.
Oh, yeah. So the Sharon, you are still concluding, but then
Yeah.
conclude, and then I ask one more question, and then we can go to James.
Yeah, just to add to what they've said. So it's really segmented. It's not dead. It's just segmented, depending on who you're trying to reach. If you're trying to reach stakeholders in government, if you're trying to reach your big corporate person, if you're trying to reach a certain group of young people after 5, it's really segmented. It's not dead. It's just how and when you use TV advertising. Thank you.
And that's also interesting because we've had people who are actually giving us great insights. So whatever you're doing, please don't stop creating for the TV audiences as a creative in this room. Now, I also want to ask you, Sharon, why do you think certain campaigns go viral and others don't?
I think generally campaigns go viral depending on how a specific audience picks it up. And if in the moment or at that moment that audience seems to be predominant, that is what's going to happen. I like telling people that when you're creating content, let it be on individual basis or organizational basis, you need to keep in mind that we are always communicating to a consistent audience that gets bored easily. And that's very critical because, I mean, how are you going to catch people's attention if now they're watching the World Cup, they've been zoned out, they're thinking about Christmas holidays, they've zoned out, some people are thinking, I don't know, Iraq or whatever. How are you going to keep in touch with all those people? How are you going to get them back? How are you going to get their attention if you do not find a certain way to communicate? But even as you communicate, you've got to be very clear and critical on that target audience. It's got to be something they're very much interested in. When you look at our social media platforms right now, I think the things that trend really are around either lifestyle or politics. The peers make fun and say the crowds are either angry, distressed. That's when they start, commenting on politics or whatever. But I think politics is an easy thing to react to because sometimes if you agree, there's less accountability for it if you're not, going into detail. And it's probably easy because sometimes you don't argue with facts or without. And that's the truth, which makes, again, digital communications difficult because people are not quick to pick the facts and ride with them and just get away with it. So again, what was your question? Sorry. Yes. So I think the reason as to why certain things go viral is the right moment. You've got to get the right moment, and also the right conversations or language for the different crowds that you're trying to target.
I'll just add one last one and very quickly. So before, these are the 3 things that used to make things go viral over the course of the internet. It was the 3 S's: shock, sex, scandal. One was silent. I hope you guys had
Still
it.
is, by the way.
Yeah, but with the rise of TikTok, we've seen something that has really come out, and some creators are not viral by accident. I'm sure you guys know the Italian content creator, the black gentleman, Gabi. Yeah, so he's gone viral because he shares the tip is he shares practical value, like the things he shares that are easy for every one of us to do. That's what shocks us. Like, you don't know how to open your car door, it's something simple. You don't know how to change your car tire, it's something simple. Constantly, he created that value, and people before you know it, all his videos were going viral because someone was sharing something that is easy to do, but people do it the hard way. So it was simple like that. Of course, the other 3 S's work, but that's one of the things that you can take out of here or from other content creators that you see out of there. If you want to create something viral, it has to speak to practical value that someone would like to share it. Something that someone sees and like, oh, you don't know how to clean a clogged washroom? okay, toilet, this is how you do it in one simple step. You'd want to share that. So for me, I feel that's something you want to pay attention to in terms of virality.
I actually agree. Kabi has done really well when it comes to, yes,
One
Mohammed.
thing, it depends how you define virality as well, right? So it goes back to, but also how many campaigns trend in Uganda. I have no idea. Maybe this year, which campaign stuck? Freaky Friday always sticks. Range Rover. But some campaigns trend on Twitter, but Twitter is not everyone, right? And this is what we mistaken and pisses me off. Yeah, I can't recall which campaigns have.
Oh yeah, nyege nyege trending. So I see a few questions. The room is getting exciting. Can I just give these and then I'll come and as you think about DOH and what marketers can do to tap into that space, James.
Hi.
Hi, Jason. Hi, Nixon.
Mine is not a question. Is Hi. I am a commercial executive at Loft. Yes, Loft Software Development. I do operations at Elevate, and I work with Mobicast too.
Many jobs in this new era.
Little money.
Yeah.
So, just a supplement to what has been discussed, there's something I read earlier on social currency and how it affects our consumption of content. And I discussed it with the team at Elevate. Our approach to some of the communications is some guys want to look cool. And we have to agree that in a population like Uganda that is 70% youth, people want to be cool. And this is something that is going to build on virality. I want to share something with Tandeka that would make me look cool. So I want to tell him about the latest song. So, and I have friends, actually, I have friends, and I have a diverse taste in music. I know who likes what, but then there are all of us here, there are certain songs we listen to alone because they want to make you look cool. But you like them, but you can't share them, meaning that song won't go viral. The songs that go viral are the songs that I'll show Tandeka or any other person, and they'll be like, oh, this is hard, this is nice. Because if they say it is hard, I am cool. And it cuts across everything else that we consume. You don't share a story that is going to make you look like, oh, how did you even see this? You share a story that is going to be like, oh man, this is nice. So I believe social currency is very important in the virality of every communication. And then emotion. We share things that spark emotion in us. If something makes me, I'll give an example of The Fault in Our Stars. That genre of movies took off so much that you would sit through a movie and 2-3 minutes you know the girl is going to have cancer, the boy is going to be there, they will fall in love, make us cry, and another be like that, like that. Because emotion, it is going to make us, no, it's not a question. So emotion helps us share these things because they make us feel a certain way. And emotion is even laughter. That is why we share things from Momo. Use an example of, there's an MTN ad that had a fat guy, Bosco, because it made us laugh. So it went viral for the mere fact that it sparked the emotion of laughter in us. So I think that is that.
Thank you so much, Nixon. I would also want to add to, has anyone watched the latest Wakanda? Have you seen the creativity in that thing? Or you don't know what's happening next? Yeah. Yeah. He has another question, yes.
Hello.
Hello.
My question is, okay, let me first introduce myself, what I do. Me, I'm a painter, fine artist, and illustrator. But as I want to go in, some would advise me to make use of Instagram, but I don't know, like, I can't get into the international market. But what's the best way of like branding my career? Like, how can I maybe something that great content that's viral and relevant, like does makes it connects to the people.
So I would like to pose that to Mohammed as one of his last and closing. I would like you to advise the creators in this room what to do to
Good
capture
question.
virality, to yeah.
I won't answer to capture virality because I don't know, right? I really don't know. Like sometimes it's random, like, I don't know what captures virality. Sorry, what's your name again? Kasuli. Yeah, we have so many Kasulis at Safe Border. So, Kasuli, when you mention when you mention international markets, what do you mean? Which market are you looking at? Where exactly? Where exactly? Okay. And what are you doing to capture the local audience? Okay. So just to understand how your business operates. So you said you need to capture the international audience, but you haven't captured the local audience, or you captured the local audience? Okay. So what's the reason you need to expand? Why don't you focus your energy on the local market? Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. Go on, go on. It's fine. I think everyone. Sorry. I think everyone faces the same issues. Okay. So, Kasuli, is there a segment that can value your work in the local? Is there like some people who can value your work in the local audience, or there is no? Some. So why don't you focus on those first and then expand internationally? So this, focus on the people who are willing to pay in the local market, because you will learn a lot, right? And then think about the international market, right? Of course, there are so many strategies if you're a painter, right? I'm sure there are plenty of paint exhibitions or art exhibitions, right? In Nairobi, in Nigeria, in South Africa, right? There is always a part. I'm not sure if there are platforms where you can sell your paint, but also, I'm not sure, I'm not in the industry, but I know Deviant Art. I'm not sure if you know it. It's a social network for art, actually. You might go and explore your options, but what I would do if I were you, of course, I would look at all the businesses or the e-commerce platforms, just like Amazon or Jumia or Glovo or whatever, all of these platforms where I can feature my work, right? Let's say Wapi now, they are creating special links to your work, right? So it's easy to share. So let's say if someone, let's say, and then I go to Robert's house, right? And I have a painting from Kasule. I ask Robert, where is this from? What will he tell me? He will send me a WhatsApp, or he can send me your link, right? So of course, showing your work online, Instagram or a website or whatever, or ideally create a store. Like in case there is an Amazon for art, go and create your link. Ask your friends, okay, do you know anyone who's interested in art, blah, blah, blah. You distribute over time, right? But getting, of course, yeah, this is what I would do as a first step. Look at the platform which will help you create your store, right? Where people can go buy, you can deliver, blah, 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 to test the market, right? What if you need to expand to South Africa and then they find your painting ugly? What if you need to expand to Nigeria and then they find, actually, I met a Nigerian who's doing something like, actually, yeah. Yeah, we'll get in touch. There is some platform in Nigeria who's doing this actually. They told me they're expanding to South Africa, blah, blah, blah. He was about to join Safe Boda. I will send you his link actually. Yeah. So yeah, this is what I would do.
Give some extra guidance as well on that. I think from your question, what I gather is two things you may not be doing right. I mean, not perfectly right, not politically correct. The two Ds. Sorry, I'm throwing around a lot of those. So the first is distribution. How are you distributing your work? Are other curators taking it up? You know, when I type on Google, top artists in Uganda, do you appear there? Or top paintings in Uganda, do I appear there? If you don't, create them and create your own list, put other guys, and put yourself number one. You get? Because people will check. But the next one is discoverability. Discoverability. What hashtags are you using if you're on Instagram? When someone is checking, are you appearing in the top in Africa or top in your domain that you want to appear in? I feel if you crack those two, there's a chance that you'll start to appear. It's a long-term game again, but I think you'll get value out of it. Distribution, then discoverability.
Sorry. And even if there is a big artist, let's say, right, or a big painter on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, ask him, man, can we do a partnership? Right? You do a collabo, and this is what so many content creators are doing. Mr. Beast, whoever you're looking at, like on YouTube, Casey Neistat, whatever, like look at everyone who's cracking it in terms of content, right? This is what they are doing.
Wow, thank you so much. Two things to pick out from, or let
I would
Sharon
like to add
elaborate.
something to
Yeah.
my dear Kasule. This one I like that question a lot because at the village, we have very many young people come through the door. I think for me, it's very important to first check yourself. Sometimes you're working too hard, and yet you may not really be creating something unique. It's something to think about, guys. This is a real thing. And I know as creatives, it's painful, but it's the honest truth. Ivan was here earlier, and he told you guys it's been important for him to evolve. And that's because every time we are in a status meeting, I push back. I push back because if I am a normal layman person and I look at that and I don't understand it, nobody in the audience is going to understand it. But take a step back. Forget about the money. What are you creating that makes sense to you? What makes it unique? And what makes it different from the rest of the creators in here? That's a real thing that very many creators do not want to believe or understand or hear. It's a fact, guys. So if you want to break barriers outside the borders, you can't do that without doing it home. Kasole, me, I don't know you. And yet...
He wants to go to the international...
But you want to go to the international scene. What have you done here that makes... I'm sure some of these people don't know you. Some of them. I think for me, it's very important to first focus on your craft, think through it, make strategies, and I'm not asking for ambiguous strategies, but make yourself unique, different, work hard at it. Walk to Mohammed, interest him, start from home before you begin going out. The rest will follow and it will come.
Wow, interesting comments. We have about 30 minutes to end this session. No, that's a lot. Look at them. Yo.
I think I'll be very brief. I would like to address something she said. It's a question, but let me first give my perspective. I think TV is dead, traditional TV, because
Exactly. Just to give you an insight, are you on Super Sports nowadays? Are you on Super Sports? Are you watching the STV?
No,
what?
no.
Okay. For the World Cup. For the World Cup. No one is watching World Cup. No. Come on. People who are passionate about sports watch the STV. Right? Sorry? No, people who watch sports watch the STV or whatever, right? So, anyway.
So
Is that why?
Because I'll give you an example of religious institutions or churches. Yeah, a few years ago or 3 years ago, they were practically non-existent online. If you want to track maybe Church of Uganda service in 2013, you would probably not find it anywhere. Yeah, so they are basically playing catch up. Yeah, and they are catching up. I think 50 to 70% of the free-to-air channels are religious based. Yeah, and
Sorry.
so their
Sorry,
audience.
before you go on, it's fine.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Yeah.
What's the biggest church in Uganda?
Probably.
It belongs to Top TV, right? Top Radio, Top TV. Do you know how many frequencies of radio do they have in this country?
I have
20
no idea.
frequencies of radio.
Yeah.
Do you know how many people are online in Uganda?
Quite a few.
How many? Can you estimate? Can you tell me how many?
Probably
Sorry?
at most 40% of the
What do you mean by
population.
40%, which is what, 15 million?
Yeah.
What is the percentage when you mention TV is dead, right?
Yeah.
It's not true.
No,
Why?
No, what I was driving at
Yeah.
is what drives the conversation on TV, for the most part, because I'm talking of marketing and viral campaigns, what drives the conversation originates from social media and other media platforms. Someone will say something on YouTube, someone will post something.
Sorry, what's
and
the point? What's the point you're trying to deliver?
No, okay, I'm getting to her point. Her point, because you could choose to focus all your advertising or all your marketing strategy online. Yeah? Because that's the audience you've chosen to target. And then the audience will catapult into NBS or wherever, because it has grown organically online. Yeah? That could be your strategy.
What's your name?
I'm Bana.
Bana.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing is,
Yeah.
It just so happens that the digital era
Yeah.
is faster than traditional
Yeah,
outlets.
yeah.
That's why you think they're the ones that set the agenda.
Yeah.
They don't. We do set the agenda on what goes on TV, and it just so happens that social media picks it up faster
Yeah.
than traditional media, because there's programming in traditional media.
Yeah.
Digital doesn't have programming.
Yeah.
There is no time. You can sit there and tweet what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Then I'll wait for 9 o'clock news to hear what I said. Thank you very much.
It's sitting up in here and we don't have time, but can we keep it brief because we are supposed to close in a few.
Thank you. Emmanuel Wandera. I'm a UI UX designer and developer. And so my question is, I'm curious to understand your thought process in determining whether your communication is appropriate. Let me explain. So as a UI UX designer and developer, I find myself having to do marketing. So for example, I'll have a client that wants a website or a landing page. I have to come up with the copy for that page. If I'm doing an application, I'm going to write copy for the onboarding screens. So I'm doing marketing even though I'm not a marketer. So how do I decide whether I'm going to be witty with my communication? Am I going to be more serious? Do you have some kind of checklist to confirm whether I'm communicating appropriately? Yeah.
Sharon, as you answer that one. Yeah.
We might forget.
They'll forget them because they're all very.
Okay.
They need
Before I pass on the mic to Sharon, I'll. I work in a sensitive place, so there are certain things I can't say. But yeah.
Worked at so many, he represented so many brands. So I think, and Airtel is like a perfect mass market, right? You're like, give us from your experience. I think you know.
No, so, and I hear what you're saying. So let's get back to the basics. I think that's the best thing to do. So there are two things that are a huge hit right now. The first one is called behavior economics or psychology of marketing. Now, I want to give you some context because I see you struggling on what to communicate on your banners. The first thing you want to look at is what you want to say. So if what you want to say you want to look at for the right technique. Before you even think about clever copy, don't try to be too clever. I'll give you an example, things that work. There's something called loss aversion. I don't know if you know what it means. What loss aversion is, for example, if I told Sharon here that she's lost all the money on her account, the first thing she'll do is run off the stage and go. But if we tell her she's gained money on her account, right now she'll be sitting comfortably and chilling and it's like, I have money on my account. So that's the first technique you want to use. It's called loss aversion. So what you do with loss aversion, I'm going to give you a practical example, is you tell a user what they miss when they don't use your product, instead of telling them what they gain. The other technique that really works well is called good, bad, best. Rather, good, better, best strategy. So for copy, Apple has used this over time. So what you do for users is you give them 3 options, and normally you want them to choose the middle option. Okay, right, I don't have the right finger, yeah? The middle option. So if you want them to choose the middle option, you give them 3 options. So for a user in their mind, they're going to think the middle option is the safest option. So that's what behavior economics does. It's a psychology of making sure you present the right communication to the user. There are lots of techniques I could share, so many of those, but for me they've worked. In my current role where I work, is we use those for a living. We don't overly think we are clever. We look at a moment and say, okay, we want to communicate customers to renew to get an ATM card. Simple. What do you tell them? You tell them it's going to be a frictionless process. You tell them it will take you 10 minutes to walk into the branch and you'll get your ATM card. What have you sorted there? You're telling them they're not coming to the bank to spend a lot of time, like you would think. You tell them the process will take you 10 minutes. So don't look so clever. Look at those behavior economics techniques. They'll really help you bigly, and don't overthink it. Yeah.
Wow. Guys, thank you. Let me just get one question from him, okay? And then we can go into a Q&A of like 2 minutes.
For me, I'm more of a technical guy. So I think my question will be directly to Mohammed. Yeah, I'm Westgo Arnold. I do system analysis, design student. So my question to Muhammad was, what models do you use at SafeBorder for your app? How have you stayed relevant? And how have you stayed relevant? What models do you use? And what strategy do you use in your marketing that you install in your systems, or you just go at it without planning? Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I wanted to just list what he mentioned. So your question is, the first one, what models do we use to do what?
To like retain customers.
To retain customers.
To attract and retain customers.
Okay, attract and retain.
That are installed in the app.
Okay. Then the second.
What business strategy has kept you relevant?
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, basically that's it.
Okay,
yeah.
I will give the attract to Robert, just to not for SafeBorder, but in general, since he's like really good at the acquisition part. I can talk more about the offline, online, but yeah.
Yeah, just very quickly. So acquiring a customer, you've seen them, you like them, they like you. What do you do next? Give them an offer. Don't waste time. DM for prices. Tell them the price, right? That's very clear. Say that from the word go. Run ads. Target the right audience. Exclude the audiences that are not working well. Don't overthink it. The next stage is you've attracted the customer. How do you onboard them? I like what they took us through, but it's a crucial stage that they didn't share with us, and I think it was a continuation of their conversation, is when you attract the customer, the first 45 days are key. If you fail to tell them about your product, how much it will make them better, education about the product, you'll fail to get them. That's the first trick. So make sure we call them onboarding journeys. So you say on day 3, what do I tell the customer? Skip 4 days. On day 7, what do you tell them? On day 14, day 21, day 28, day 30, day 35, and day whatever day it is. Yes. So what are you telling them is very crucial. So, and from there you're able to tell the kind of customer. The other question, and I know Mohammed will continue from here, is are you monitoring their inactivity? That's a model you want to also build on that. And then while you're monitoring them, there's something, and I see what you're looking for, is recommendation. do you have a recommendation engine if, in case you don't have, but what are you recommending to this user while they're on your, in that 44 journey is very crucial. So for me, if you don't do that, there's a chance that you will not be making love to the customer, and they'll leave you, or they will get bored and opt out of your process. Mohammed could continue on this. And
yeah. On, sorry, you said you work for a software company or? And design, okay, okay. So on the retention part, back to what Robert said. So there is a customer who gets onto the platform, right? We call them at SafeBoard the day 30 customers, right? We track the day 30 customers. I'll tell you what is it exactly. So if both of us sign up now to SafeBoard, right? But we know on SafeBoard that there is a customer who signed up this month and took 30 rides, right? And then there is a customer that signed up and took 1 ride after 3 days after sign up, right? So we understand what, as SafeBoard, we understand what drives retention over time. But we know we need to impact retention in the first 2-3 weeks of someone signing up. So how can we encourage, sorry, what's your name again? Arnold. How can we encourage Arnold to immediately take a ride, because we know it will have long-term retention effect after like 3-6 months, right? So how can we get Arnold from 1 to 2 to 3 trips in the first 21 days? And this is what we need. We need you to take 3 trips in the first 21 days, because we know month 2 retention will be better for Arnold since he took 3 trips in the first 21 days, right? However, if you took it in the first 60 days, we know that you're not as good as someone who, whatever, right? So we track what actually impacts retention in the first weeks, right? The other part was about how to remain relevant. Do you need to talk?
I think how to remain relevant, you have to be contextual in the way you do your things. A case in point, if you're a coffee shop, I believe the best design or the best creative you can push out on a chilly evening is visit my store and have coffee at this percentage. So being contextual really communicates. The way Nick said, we are taken by emotions, by behavior. So your creative or your advertisement, your marketing strategy should be so contextual that it should speak to me, my behavior and the environment around me. Then they remain relevant.
Sorry. So for SafeBoard, just to give you an example, how to remain relevant, it's hard, yeah? It's not easy. So if you look at SafeBoard as a brand, whenever you ask someone, how do you define SafeBoard? Of course, we impact communities. We have 6,000-7,000 borders active on the road. We're driven by impact. We have some witty communication on social, on push, right? But the normal person uses SafeBoard, right? So as a person, how do they act? What do they communicate? What do they watch? Why is SafeBoard even talking about football? How is it related to, right? But someone who's in Uganda is betting bet power, blah, 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 doing predictions, right? The top visited website is Bet Power. What does it mean? Everyone is looking for sports, right? So we talk about sports. It's like a random person. Of course, we segment our communication in a way. We talk about sports. We might talk about events next. We might talk about music. We might talk about so many random things. So what does the random person do in a way? And this is how we try to remain relevant, because the core audience that we target is 25 to 34. Someone who might not have a car, but they are willing to invest in borders, they are into borders, they have a corporate job or not, small, medium businesses. Like now we have we're highlighting the top safe borders until the end of year to show, let's say we're talking about safety, we have like a theme now, it's called Safe Border Yearbook, where every day, like an interesting fact, I didn't even expect it, there is a safe border who completed around 5,500 trips this year, right? It's insane. And whenever we communicate this, someone might relate, okay, these guys are safe. Look at this guy, he built his home, he whatever, right? We're listing the facts. You would see so many of them because some people look at Bodas, oh my God, this guy, whatever, like they have so many beliefs. But if you look at the Safe Boda community, it's different in a way, right? So we try to remain relevant in different ways, but it's not easy over time, right? You need to keep trying so many different things. Like we might post now, get one like, even the impressions might be 90, right? But you need to keep trying, creating content over time to see what will stick, what will work over time.
Just add something very quickly on that is, like all of us, out of sight is out of mind, right? So the two key models you need to look at, and you're looking at models, recency and frequency. When were you last seen? How often are you seen? Crack that, you have relevancy all the time.
Just one thing on frequency, which I don't always, I worked with so many social media guys, social media managers, content community managers, and there is a thinking here, is like I need to post at 9 a.m., then another post at 2 p.m., then another at 6, and the fourth one at 9. And I ask why? Like, why is it that fixed? Why don't you post 50 times in a day? What stops you, right? So there is something about this level of frequency, right? And some people are so fixed with timing. Okay, I need to post at 3 p.m. You ask, like, what's the reason? Oh, people are leaving work or they are online. Like, there is so much that we think that is not true. If you look at all the brands, like if you look at Binance, Zomato, like all the brands that we copy and paste for Safe Boda, actually, we don't reinvent the wheel. We have 10 brands that we look at, imitate, right? Change a couple of things, right? Do what works. Sometimes it fails, but yeah.
I have a
Thank you
question.
very much. This is going to be very long, but Mohammed and Robert will spare a few minutes to interact. For now, can we have some parting shots from all the participants on the panel? Parting shots. One advice, one key area or focus for the creatives in the room. Anything that you can tell them that's going to make them better in terms of creating content, marketing, advertising, communication, and the like in the space.
I think for me, parting shots are 3. 1, content must be informative because that's where we are at right now. People are looking for information. They want to know. That's non-negotiable. 2, it should be data-driven. Data-driven not necessarily in terms of you communicating, but whatever you're doing in the back end or that's informing your creativity, there has to be, some data that backs it up for people to understand. And then the 3, local content. It's just what it is, local content. Yes, localize it. It's non-negotiable as well. And it's as simple as that. Those 3 things, you keep to that and you're good to go.
The trend is 3 things I see. So first thing, there's a gentleman is left. He told us, he was quoting something and I noticed maybe a lot of people in the room could use it. So he was quoting a book called Why Things Catch On. Why Things Go Viral. So Why Things Catch On, I think by Jonah F. Berger. So if you guys could go and read that book, it's a brilliant piece of work on why things go viral and how you can recreate virality. The second thing is on, we have a lot of techies in the room. So I would want to leave this message. I think Mohammed did hint on it. It's a takeaway from me as well. Design, even the designers, design for drop-off journeys. When a user drops off, what do? Are you communicating to them? Are you having actual messages, SMS works, email works to get them back to the process? So are you designing for that? Third thing is maybe for all those of us who are here to learn, is learn as much as you can at the early stages of your career, because when you grow not older, but when you get a few years from now, you'll have less time to learn. I was very aggressive in learning, but unfortunately we didn't have this kind of forum a few years ago, and I wish the Spaceport people had appeared 7, 10, 11 years ago when some of us were starting out, it would be a very good learning process. So don't stop coming around.
Actually, two things. Of course, aside from I do it every day, I work so fucking hard. That is the fact. You need to work so hard. The second part is testing a lot of things. Testing a lot of things. Like if many people are interested in digital, he's way smarter than me in the acquisition part. He can tell you, but I can also share some insights. Yeah, you need to test so many things, especially if you're on digital, right? Like in case you need to run an ad campaign or you do paid acquisition or even if you do content, right? How many ad groups do you create? How many artworks do you create? How many, like if you look at where I get inspiration actually, who knows Facebook ads library? Facebook ads library, aside from Robert. Who knows Facebook ads library? Anyone? No? So what Facebook ads library do is you're a spy, right? If you go now to Facebook ads library, you click on any international brand, even in Uganda, on any brand, right? You will see all their ads that are running, that are actively running, right? So what I typically do is I go to Bolt, since I know Bolt is quite big in Nigeria and Kenya and whatever. I get inspiration from Bolt, I go to Binance, I go to Kuda, I go to Zomato, I go to all the emerging brands, like brands that operate in emerging markets. I spy, get some inspiration from there. Of course, we do it as a team, like I encourage also my team to do it. But this is how we also simplify our design process, our communication. But if now you go to Robert and tell him, Robert, I have 4 million shillings, I need to run a Facebook campaign. Robert will tell you, I need to create 50 designs, different designs. Why? What's the reason? Who knows what's the reason? Go ahead. Exactly, exactly. So you test, let's say if 10 are working, 5, what Robert does, what do you do with the 5? Exactly.
Just test them in different environments, different screen real estates, different audiences. Because we are all different when we're on the internet. Even in this room, there are guys who are paying attention, the guys who are on their phones. The guys, you have to design for all of those guys. Yeah.
So yeah, testing and of course working hard.
And I'm sorry, Madam Moderator, for this. I'm going to start it off from here. We'll leave our where people can find us online, and then
Twitter and LinkedIn. Oh, you mean the organization? We are on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram, The Innovation Village. I personally am active on Twitter and LinkedIn, yes.
Robert on Twitter at Rob Sebunya. Everywhere else, Sebunya Robert on Facebook, on Twitter. Yeah. Mohammed as well?
Yeah, if Muhammad at safeboda.com, you can pick my name. I will share, whoever is interested, I will share. It's pretty complicated for me, yeah. I'll share my contacts.
I think the biggest challenge you're having in the marketing space is ad blindness. And that's why very many people are saying TV is dead, radio is dead, because nowadays, this generation, attention span is very low. Very few people will recall the last ad they saw on their phone, or on the screen, very few. And that's what Digital Out of Home is trying to catch up with. We are trying to break that barrier of ad blindness. During commercial breaks on TV, you always get distracted. If you're cooking tea, you go and check on it. When it's a commercial break, when they are doing the ads. So every medium in the marketing space is trying to fight that. In the digital marketing, the cookies, it's a cookieless world now. You can't tap into my information without me accepting it. So that's what Digital Out of Home is trying to break, and that's the beauty. So when you're making your strategy, your marketing strategy for any business here, the Tubayo, the Wapi, do an omnichannel strategy. Don't look at only digital marketing. Don't look at only Instagram, Kasule. Do an omnichannel, segment your target audience. that my target audience this age, Instagram would work best for this kind of design. Then for designers, there's a rule, like the 1 to 3 rule. In 1 to 3 seconds, somebody should pick 1 to 3 things from your design. In 1 to 3 seconds, somebody should pick 1 to 3 things from your design. If it doesn't, then that's a boring design, even though it's good to you.
I guess this brings us back to capturing emotion.
Katende Jim James Damlida everywhere, then Mobicast Media everywhere.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our panelists. I've been Rachel for the day, moderating and bringing you insights and making sure that we spaceport today. So looking forward to next year. Thank you to the partners. Thank you to everyone who has supported the Spaceport team. Thank you to the panelists from morning. We've been here. Thank you to the Elevate team. A round of applause to you guys. Thank you to WAPI, the Innovation Village team, where I come from. Okay. And then thank you so much to the participants for Spaceport. So see you in 2023. We'll be bigger. We'll be better. We're going to Mars, right? Yeah.
Once again, thank you, everyone. This ends the first edition of Spaceport. It's been amazing.
Oh, yeah. So before Jason goes, we have Margot Hasper. Can you come and give us 2 of what you want to tell us as well? And then Jason can close. We have cocktails at the balcony. Okay. Okay, she doesn't want to use the microphone. Aren't you looking good for a Friday, girl? Excuse me, attention, please. Margot wants to speak to us in 1 minute.
Guys, 1 minute, please.
Areas everywhere, basically. Why I want to talk to you today is because I randomly showed up here, but I love the space and everything, and I figured, you know what, if I share something that we are doing, maybe 1 or 2 of you will be interested in joining us in any capacity that you can. We are doing an experience with Tuayo called Books and Beats in the Ghetto. Books and Beats in the Ghetto is basically we go with you. One, you can book as a group of friends. You can book as a company, as your social corporate responsibility, or you can book for kids in your community or kids in your family that you know would love this experience. Why is it important? In these areas, in the ghettos, Katanga, Kamocha, I could name all of them, but in these areas, these children don't have access to basic literacy development. Yeah? So through the Books and Beats in the Ghetto experience, you're going to come, you're going to have fun with these kids. They'll tell you, they'll take you on a tour of their community, you're going to do pottery, crafting and everything. Then you're also going to do reproduction dance, but most importantly, you're going to read and do spelling activities with them. And when you leave after you book the experience, you're going to leave behind a book basket. In the book basket, they're going to have educational toys and books that they can use for a period of 1 year as a community to engage in different reading activities. The next generation that we are creating, if it's not a different education, then we're doing something wrong. And if we wait for them to join primary school in order to get access to education, then we are failing them. And you cannot leave it to one person or the government if each of us takes one step by buying that basket and donating it. We did it during COVID in 2020 and 2021, and so far we have 300 kids in these communities who joined primary at the start of this year, and our kids are the best performing kids in these schools. And they had never gone to school, but it's because of experiences like this that they got this first step. Then out of this, we have 150 literacy champions. These are young people in the communities. When we donate, we get 13 to 21. We train them to be teachers, so they're the ones who use the material to teach. So I just want to encourage you to book the experience on Tuvayo. But also if you have ideas on how we can grow this or how you can join us, the experience starts from 450 to 1.5 for a group of 15, different levels. Of course, different levels get different things. And for a group of 15, so if you take the 451, that means each person is basically paying 30,000. But that 30,000 is going to impact 30 children for a period of 1 year. Yes? So thank you so much for giving the audience, and I hope you can join us.